distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, may I please ask you to kindly take your seats so that we can first of all see how many people are in the room, but then so that we can start with the opening of the COP. Again, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, may I please ask you to kindly take your seats in order for us to begin with the opening ceremony for the COP26. Thank you. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, may I please ask you to kindly take your seats. The COP president is there on their way.
Good morning to everybody. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to declare open the 26th session of the Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Dear delegates, after 2 years, it is indeed a pleasure to see you all in person. However, the past 2 years has been difficult. Some of us lost family, friends, and colleagues. Please join me for a minute of silence in remembrance of the many lives lost around the world during the coronavirus pandemic. As we adjust to life with COVID-19, let me remind everyone of the COVID protocols in place to keep you safe and healthy during the conference. Please maintain 1 meter distance from the participants, and participants must wear face coverings except when eating, drinking, sitting in office spaces or meeting, sitting to perform negotiations, or are medically exempt. As hygiene crew will enter promptly at the end of our allotted time to disinfect all surfaces before the next meeting begins. We ask for your cooperation to exit the session promptly so that the cleaning can begin. Excelencias, distinguidos delegados y delegadas, amigas y amigos. Después de 2 años sin reunirnos presencialmente, con una pandemia que no habíamos vivido en la historia de este siglo, que continúa presente y nos obliga a cuidarnos, estoy realmente muy feliz que podamos finalmente reencontrarnos. Hoy hacemos entrega de la presidencia de la COP, la más larga en la historia del proceso. Aceptamos asumir la presidencia de la COP a nombre de América Latina y el Caribe. La COP25. En momentos complejos, Chile con convicción dio un paso al frente cuando otros retrocedían. Quiero reconocer el coraje del presidente Sebastián Piñera para tomar esta decisión y mantenerse firme en este compromiso, a pesar de todas las dificultades que enfrentamos en estos años. Como presidencia de la COP25, Chile puso todo su esfuerzo en dirigir el proceso con transparencia, de manera inclusiva y ambiciosa, respetando que este es un proceso de las partes y entendiendo que el resultado final es responsabilidad del consenso de todos. Como presidencia, impulsamos la ambición, la integridad ambiental y la acción para la implementación del Acuerdo de París. Sabemos que enfrentar el cambio climático requiere de una transformación transversal de nuestro desarrollo. Por eso, como presidencia, convocamos a la COP25 a los ministros de Finanzas, de Energía, de Ciencia, de Transporte y de Agricultura para impulsar una transformación multisectorial por la acción climática. En la primera decisión de la COP25, juntos reconocimos a la ciencia como no negociable, base de la toma de decisiones de esta transformación, y de manera inédita incorporamos a los océanos en el proceso de la COP. Entendemos que las negociaciones de las partes son la llave para un proceso exitoso, pero también sabemos que la inclusión de los actores no estatales, el sector privado como motor de innovación y tecnología, los gobiernos subnacionales como base para la implementación en los territorios y la adaptación, y las instituciones financieras, es la única forma de lograr la ambición que queremos en la velocidad que la necesitamos. En la COP25 lo dijimos con claridad: es tiempo de actuar. Por eso, juntos, renovamos el mandato de los champions y lanzamos la Alianza de Ambición Climática por la Carbono Neutralidad, que gracias al trabajo conjunto de los champions de Chile y Reino Unido, con la campaña de Race to Zero, ha logrado aumentar exponencialmente las organizaciones no estatales comprometidas con este proceso de transformación, llegando a esta COP con más de 7.000 instituciones e incluyendo la gestión de activos financieros superiores a 90 trillones de dólares, todos comprometidos con un plan concreto para lograr la carbono neutralidad a más tardar el 2050, con metas y acciones específicas basadas en la ciencia. Como presidencia, quisimos relevar la adaptación al nivel de la mitigación. Por eso, juntos renovamos el WIM, lanzamos el Santiago Network para la asistencia técnica en la adaptación y junto con la presidencia entrante y los champions impulsamos la campaña Race to Resilience, que tiene por objetivo concreto disminuir la vulnerabilidad frente al cambio climático de más de 4 billones de personas al año 2030. Poner a las personas en el centro debe ser nuestra meta siempre. Por eso la implementación del plan de género es fundamental para una acción climática justa e inclusiva, que no profundice las brechas y desigualdades ya existentes. Nada de lo avanzado en la COP25 habría sido posible sin el apoyo, la convicción y el trabajo de muchísimas personas a las que hoy quiero agradecer. Gracias especialmente a España y en particular a su presidente Pedro Sánchez y su ministra de Transición Ecológica, Teresa Rivera. Fue su profundo compromiso con la urgencia del cambio climático, el multilateralismo y la solidaridad entre países, lo que permitió que la COP25 pudiese realizarse el año 2019. Más allá de los colores políticos de los gobiernos de turno, Para nosotros, el pueblo español y el gobierno de Pedro Sánchez ha sido nuestro aliado, nuestro hermano en la COP25 y en la lucha contra el cambio climático. Gracias. Gracias a Patricia Espinosa, mujer latinoamericana, una gran líder y muy querida amiga. Secretaria ejecutiva de la Convención Marco de Naciones Unidas. Su consejo y apoyo y el de todo el equipo del secretariado, así como también el del secretario general Antonio Gutiérrez, que ha sido claves para dar continuidad al proceso y mantener el momentum aún en los difíciles tiempos de la pandemia. Para mí fue un honor haber ejercido durante estos años la presidencia a nombre de mi país. Un honor largo, un gran honor. Quiero agradecer a todos los equipos de los diferentes ministerios de Chile y a los equipos negociadores que se sumaron a esta desafiante labor con convicción, entusiasmo y gran profesionalismo. A los miembros del Buró, a la delegación de Chile y a la de todos los países, en especial de los más vulnerables, que con tanto esfuerzo viajan, muchas veces desde enormes distancias, para participar de este proceso, que debe ser transformador. Y a las miles de personas que desde nuestros países contribuyen para impulsar los cambios. Quiero decirles a todos ustedes que sí valió la pena. Contarles también que la presidencia de la COP permitió a Chile, en momentos muy complejos de fuerte polarización política y social, generar un consenso transversal en nuestro país para construir, reconociendo lo avanzado, y fortalecer una acción climática ambiciosa como política de Estado que trascienda los gobiernos de turnos. Cumpliendo lo establecido en el Acuerdo de París, en Chile, trabajando conjuntamente con la ciencia, logramos aprobar unánimemente en el Senado la Ley Marco de Cambio Climático, que establece la meta de carbono neutralidad y resiliencia a más tardar el 2050, como lo pide la ciencia. Presentar el 2020 nuestra NDC actualizada con ambición en línea con la carbono neutralidad. Desarrollar el Atlas de Riesgo Climático a nivel comunal para todo el territorio nacional, instrumento clave para la adaptación. Impulsar un proceso de descarbonización, estableciendo el cierre inmediato de las primeras plantas a carbón apenas asumimos la presidencia el año 2019 y el cierre al año 2025 del 65% de todas las centrales a carbón en Chile. Y hoy, presentar en esta COP26 nuestra estrategia climática de largo plazo, con límites de emisiones vinculantes para todos los sectores emisores de nuestra economía y más de 400 medidas multisectoriales concretas en un camino claro para alcanzar la carbono neutralidad y resiliencia de nuestro país. Sin duda, son logros importantes. Sin embargo, sabemos que aún nos queda mucho por avanzar. En Chile y en el mundo entero estamos sintiendo con fuerza los efectos del cambio climático. La ciudadanía espera mucho de los líderes en la COP. Nuestra generación no va a detener hoy el cambio climático, pero sí debe hacer con urgencia el cambio de rumbo que necesitamos para detenerlo. Son los jóvenes a quienes sumamos en el proceso de negociación, los que con su fuerza, capacidad de innovación y de trabajar horizontalmente pueden ayudarnos a generar los consensos requeridos para lograr el desarrollo sustentable que todos anhelamos. Quiero agradecer al Reino Unido, con quien trabajamos estrechamente estos 2 años, al presidente entrante, Alok Sharma, quien se ha abocado en lograr el éxito de este proceso, y a todo su equipo, no solo por liderar la COP26, sino por haber hecho todos los esfuerzos por albergar una COP presencial y segura, pese a todas las restricciones sanitarias que impone el COVID. Sabemos que el éxito de esta COP26 se va a evaluar principalmente en 3 áreas: ambición, finanzas y reglas. Hoy tenemos una gran brecha de ambición. El Acuerdo de París establece 2 instrumentos mandatorios para enfrentar el cambio climático: presentar NDCs más ambiciosas y estrategias climáticas de largo plazo. Esos son los 2 instrumentos concretos que todos los países debemos utilizar para reducir esa brecha. No hay otros. No podemos reescribir el Acuerdo de París. Tenemos que cumplirlo. Debemos también ser capaces de establecer una nueva meta de movilización de recursos financieros al 2025, pero también cerrar la brecha de los 100.000 millones comprometidos. Por último, necesitamos fijar un set de reglas claras, donde el tema más importante será el marco reforzado de transparencia. No va a haber artículo 6 sin ello. El proceso de la COP se basa en la confianza, así como en el principio de responsabilidades comunes, pero diferenciadas. Es por eso que antes de dejar la presidencia de la COP, quiero hacer un llamado fuerte y claro a los líderes del G20, que hoy se encuentran reunidos en Roma, a cumplir los compromisos adquiridos. Amigas y amigos, soy optimista. Los procesos multilaterales no son fáciles ni rápidos, pero los acuerdos son esenciales. El éxito no está en dividirnos, no está en buscar culpables, ni en derrotar a otros, sino en sumar voluntades que nos permitan cumplir con nuestra palabra y que nuestras acciones realmente reflejen nuestro discurso. Siguen contando con Chile. Muchísimas gracias. Distinguished delegates, I would like to invite you to turn to sub-item 2 of the provisional agenda for the session, election of the President of the Conference of the Parties at its 26th session. You may recall that, in accordance with Rule 22, paragraph 1 of the draft Rules of the Procedure being applied, the office of the President of the Conference of the Parties is subject to rotation among the 5 regional groups. We now continue the cycle with a President from the Western Europe and other states. It gives me great pleasure to propose that the Conference elect by acclamation His Excellency Mr. Alok Sharma, who will serve as President of the Conference at its 26th session. declare His Excellency, Mr. Alok Sharma, elect President of the 26th session of the Conference of the Parties. I congratulate Mr. Sharma on his election and wish him every success in guiding the work of the conference. I now invite Mr. Sharma to take his seat on the podium.
Friends, it's an honour to speak to you today for the first time as COP President. And I want to thank my dear friend Carolina for her really strong leadership over the past 2 years. Friends, I'm very aware of the responsibility placed upon me in this role, and I do not underestimate the challenge. But let me start first by formally welcoming you to Glasgow. And I want to thank you for all your efforts in getting to the United Kingdom, which I know for some has been arduous due to the impacts of the pandemic. Indeed, for almost 2 years now, the pandemic has caused devastation and disruption to lives and livelihoods across the world. And I know this has particularly affected the least developed countries and the small island developing states. And because of the pandemic, as you know, we postponed COP26 by a year. But during that year, climate change did not take time off. And the IPCC report in August was a wake-up call for all of us. It made clear that the lights are flashing red on the climate dashboard. That report, agreed by 195 governments, makes clear that human activity is unequivocally the cause of global warming. And we know that the window to keep 1.5 degrees within reach is closing. I've been humbled to speak over this year with communities devastated by climate change. On a visit to Jomsom in Nepal, in the Hindu Kush region, I spoke to communities literally displaced from their homes from a combination of droughts and floods. In Barbuda, I met communities still suffering from the ravages of Hurricane Irma 4 years ago. I've spoken to the communities in East Africa fighting plagues of locusts spawned by climate change. And earlier this month, I spoke to a group of women in Madagascar, determinedly coping with what some describe as the first climate-induced famine in the world. Friends, in each of our countries, we are seeing the devastating impact of a changing climate. Floods, cyclones, wildfires, record temperatures. And we know that our shared planet is changing for the worse. And we can only address that together through this international system. And we know what we need to do, because 6 years ago in Paris, we agreed our shared goals. We said we would protect people and nature from the effects of climate change. We said we would get finance flowing to climate action. And we said we would limit the rise in global temperature to well below 2 degrees, pursuing efforts towards 1.5. The rapidly changing climate is sounding an alarm to the world to step up on adaptation, to address loss and damage, and to act now to keep 1.5 alive. And we know that this COP, COP26, is our last best hope to keep 1.5 in reach. Now, I know that we have an unprecedented negotiations agenda ahead of us, but I believe that this international system can deliver. It must deliver. And as COP President, I am committed to promoting transparency and inclusivity, and I will lead this conference in accordance with the draft rules of procedure and with the utmost respect for the party-driven nature of our process. In that spirit, I believe that we can resolve the outstanding issues. We can move the negotiations forward, and we can launch a decade of ever-increasing ambition and action. And together, we can seize the enormous opportunities for green growth, for good green jobs, for cheaper, cleaner power. But we need to hit the ground running to develop the solutions that we need. And that work, my friends, starts today. And we will succeed or fail as one. Astronauts speak of the intense emotion they feel when looking back at Earth from space, seeing it gleaming through the darkness of the cosmos. Incredible, improbable, and infinitely precious. And if we act now, and we act together, we can protect our precious planet. So let's come together over these 2 weeks and ensure that where Paris promised, Glasgow delivers. Thank you. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and honoured guests. This morning, we are honoured to have with us His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid, President of the United Nations General Assembly, Mr. Hoesung Lee, Chair of the Intergovernment Panel on Climate Change, Councillor Susan Aitken, Leader of Glasgow City Council, India Logan Riley, a representative of the Indigenous peoples, and Ms. Patricia Espinosa, UNFCCC Executive Secretary. And it is now my pleasure to invite Councillor Susan Aitken, Leader of Glasgow City Council, to address the plenary. Councillor Aitken, you have the floor.
Thank you, President. Friends, it is my great pleasure, honour and responsibility to give the 26th United Nations Conference of the Parties the warmest of our famous welcomes to the city of Glasgow. There have been delays and uncertainties on our collective journey here. I'm extremely grateful to everyone who has worked in partnership with us as the host city to get us here to this point. But we are here now, and humanity looks to you and the work that you'll do over the next 2 weeks to fulfil the promise of Paris for a safer, sustainable, more equitable future for us all. Let the city of Glasgow and our people serve as an inspiration to you. This is a city that has been through some very tough times, but we have survived and thrived against the odds through resilience, innovation, imagination, a sense of community, a strong sense of social justice, humour and grit. These are all qualities that you'll need in abundance over the days ahead. And if you feel your determination flagging at any point, please take a walk outside, talk to a Glaswegian, and let the spirit that infuses this city infuse you too. And if, as you spend some time here, you feel yourself feeling a little bit bolder, a little bit bolshier, perhaps with a wee bit more swagger than usual, then that's just the Glasgow effect. Take inspiration too from Glasgow's climate ambition. If this post-industrial city, still living with the legacies of our high-carbon past, can have a plan for net zero by 2030, then there should be no limit on your ambitions either. Let the example of pioneer cities like this one light your way to the actions that you must agree here to safeguard our climate and our ecology for future generations. Glasgow couldn't be prouder of being the host for this pivotal moment for the future of the planet that we all share. Like the rest of the world, we'll be watching and judging. Our demands and expectations of you will be high, but we'll also be cheering you on and wishing you all the heart and courage that you need for the task that you have ahead of you. Once again, welcome to Glasgow. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. It is now my pleasure to invite Ms. Patricia Espinosa, UNFCCC Executive Secretary, to address the plenary. Executive Secretary, you have the floor.
Honourable guests, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, our very long wait is over. It is with joy and enthusiasm that I officially welcome you to COP26. I thank the outgoing COP presidency of Chile and especially Minister Schmidt for their leadership in the last 2 challenging years. I also officially welcome the incoming UK presidency and Minister Sharma. I thank you for your collaborative efforts as we work together to make COP26 a resounding success. And to all of you, I say this: congratulations. Congratulations to those in this room, those watching online, and to everyone involved in this process. Think back on the last 2 years since we last met in Madrid. The early confusion, the pandemic and what it could mean for our process. Think about the decisions we made together, the skills we developed together to take advantage of communication technologies. Think also of those we lost to COVID-19. Our hearts are with those who continue to suffer. But let us also acknowledge what we have accomplished. We have kept the process going. We have not let the pandemic stand in the way of addressing the most critical issue facing this generation and those to come. We are here because of you and your work. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Let's ensure that work was not in vain. As Scottish poet Robert Burns once wrote, "Now is the day, Now is the hour. Colleagues, dear friends, we stand at a pivotal point in history. Humanity faces stark but clear choices. We either choose to achieve rapid and large-scale reductions of emissions to keep the goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees, or we accept that humanity faces a bleak future on this planet. We either choose to boost adaptation efforts to deal with current extreme weather disasters and build resilience to address future impacts, or we accept that more people will die, more families will suffer, and more economic harm will follow. We either choose to recognize that business as usual is not worth the devastating price we're paying and make the necessary transition to a more sustainable future, or we accept that we are investing in our own extinction. It's about much more than environment. It's about peace, stability, and the institutions we have built to promote the well-being of all. It is for these reasons and more that we must make progress here in Glasgow. We must make it a success, as President Sharma has just said. Success at COP, here at this COP, is entirely possible. Success is possible because we have the platform for action. The Paris Agreement is a covenant of hope with humanity. It has everything we need to achieve our climate goals. But to fully unleash its potential, we need full implementation. To get there, parties must finalize outstanding work under the agreement that has remained unfinished for far too long. Every day that goes by without being able to implement the Paris Agreement in full is a wasted day, the accumulation of which have real-world repercussions for people throughout the world, especially the most vulnerable. I call upon parties to complete the necessary work here at COP26 that will move us towards full implementation. Success is possible because we already know the pathway to solutions. The recently updated UN Climate Change NDC synthesis report showed that emissions continue to rise. That's the bad news. The good news is also showed that for those nations providing a new and updated NDC, emissions are projected to decrease by 2030. But the truth is that we need even more ambitions and all nations on board, especially the highest emitters in the G20, responsible for around 80% of global emissions. We also need to see provision of support to developing countries, another cornerstone of the Paris Agreement. With adequate support, emissions reductions can potentially be higher. This relates to the commitment to mobilize 100 billion from developed countries to developing countries. The delivery plan announced last week should be seen as a start, not the end. It's important to follow through with more detailed and concrete actions. But let us be clear, without the necessary support, we will not be able to embark on the transformations needed to achieve the 1.5-degree goal. This is not only about 100 billion. We need to mobilize the trillions. With respect to adaptation, we need to significantly increase financial support, especially for the most vulnerable countries. We need to accelerate the development and implementation of national adaptation plans. A clear path to solutions exists. I call upon all parties to recapture the spirit of multilateralism that resulted in the adoption of the Paris Agreement and fulfilled their commitments under it. Success is possible because we have the science. The data is unequivocal. Climate change is widespread, rapid, intensifying, and already impacting every region on Earth, on land, and in the ocean. But one number stands out above all others. We must limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees by the end of the century. The IPCC, the NDC synthesis report, and the emissions gap report all tell us, however, that we are not on that path. I call upon all parties to use science to inform their decisions at COP26 and act upon it. Studies and statistics tell one story, but we must look beyond the numbers to the human lives they represent. I have been to the small island states threatened by rising waters. I have talked to school children frightened for their futures. I have talked to women who bear the burden of climate change at home, but are shut out of the search for solutions the minute they go out of the door. I have talked to youth frustrated with what they see as a bleak future. The message they all have in common is this: they want to be included. They are right. If we are sincere in calling climate change a global issue, then total inclusion must be the foundation upon which this process is built. COP26 needs to ensure that all voices and proposals are considered. I encourage the engagement of observers and other stakeholders, and I call upon parties to incorporate their ideas in the discussions here at COP26. We are all facing the same climate emergency. We must all be part of the solution. Dear colleagues, the transition that we need is beyond the scope, scale, and speed of anything humanity has accomplished in the past. It is a daunting task, but humanity is a species defined by its ingenuity. More than 2 centuries ago, the world was completely transformed by the Industrial Revolution. It was an era driven by the technology and innovation of their day, but also one with the residual impacts of greater economic and social division, environmental damage, and climate change. We can and must learn the lessons of history. Let ours be an era defined by the prosperity of the many rather than the short-term gain of the few. Let ours be an era in which we have healthier relationships with nature. Let ours be an era in which we protect our land, oceans, and biodiversity. Let Glasgow be the starting point of this new era, this new age of resilience, and let COP26 mark its beginning. It's entirely within our grasp, but getting there depends on the completion of our work here. It depends on the full implementation of the Paris Agreement. It depends on more climate action. It depends on you. It depends on all of us. Dear friends, the task ahead of you in these 2 weeks is significant. But look at what you have accomplished just to get this far. Success is entirely possible. I encourage you to keep the big picture in mind. I encourage you to look beyond your specific agenda item to what we're trying to achieve together. I encourage you to consider the choices that we must make and the trust vested in you by billions. Let us rise to the enormous challenge of our time, this pivotal point in history, and achieve success for not just our present generation, but all generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Secretary. The IPCC is currently in the process of preparing its 6th assessment report and has recently released Working Group 1's contribution to that assessment. I would therefore like to invite Mr. Hoesung Lee, Chair of the Intergovernment Panel on Climate Change, to address the plenary. Mr. Lee, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to address you on behalf of the IPCC at the opening of the COP26. First, our sincere thanks to the UNFCCC Secretariat and the UK government for the successful preparation of this landmark conference. We are equally grateful to the Scottish Government and City of Glasgow for this preparation and warm welcome. It is a privilege to speak about climate change science here in Scotland, endowed with a rich scientific life and home to giants such as Alexander Fleming, Mary Somerville, and of course Adam Smith, the father of economics, just to name a few. Today's scientific knowledge and its achievement stands also on their shoulders. Prior to this conference, the IPCC released in August the first part of its ongoing 6th assessment report. It clearly laid out for the policymakers and stakeholders the most up-to-date physical science basis for the understanding of the climate system and climate change. Make no mistake, it's a sobering read. It reflects the magnitude of the collective challenge for all nations on this planet. Science shows that changes in the climate are widespread, rapid, and becoming more intense and affecting every part of the region. Thanks to major advance in science since our previous assessment report in 2013, today we have a much more precise and clearer picture of how the climate system works, which let us understand better what has changed in the past and what is changing now and what can be the changes in the future on the climate system and why they matter for every region. It is now unequivocal that human influence is causing climate change, making extreme events more frequent and more severe. Some recent hot extremes, such as heat waves in the last 10 years, would have been extremely unlikely to occur without human influence on the climate system. Global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius and 2 degrees Celsius will be exceeded during this century unless immediate, rapid, and large-scale reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, especially the carbon dioxide and methane, occur in the nearest future. We also bring a wealth of understanding about climate change at the regional level, which is critically relevant for shaping policies. I encourage everyone to seize the moment, seize the opportunity this gathering offers. We, the scientific community, are ready to work with you on understanding of scientific evidence of climate change, its impacts, adaptations, and how these translate into realities of climate action. We share one atmosphere, one climate system. It knows no borders. The true measure of the effectiveness of our collective efforts will be the state of its condition. And science will attest to that. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. It is now my pleasure to invite His Excellency, Mr. Abdullah Shahid, President of the United Nations General Assembly, to address the plenary. Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, allow me to be candid, for you are family. We are facing an existential crisis. We have the capacity and resources to address this crisis, but we are simply not doing enough. We must be honest about this with ourselves, with each other, and with the rest of the world. We have had decades to argue the facts about climate change, but the power of renewables, about the fine details of monitoring or cost sharing. Yet, we have still failed to act with the conviction and determination required. That may be a hard truth, but it is the truth. Another truth: we are entirely capable of turning this around if we so choose. Excellencies, since assuming the role of the President of the General Assembly, I've heard more about climate change than any other subject. I heard it from every single world leader and delegate at the high-level week. I heard it on my travels from youth, from civil society, from local leaders, and from women's groups. I heard it last Tuesday at the General Assembly meeting on climate change that I convened ahead of COP26. While the intensity of their tones varied, their messages were one and the same: the urgency of keeping with 1.5 degrees target, the need to support vulnerable populations, the irresponsibility of not capitalizing on technological innovations, and the importance of empowering women and youth. I promised the membership of the General Assembly that I would bring this message to Glasgow. First, renewable technologies are now among the cheapest on the planet and command strong public support. With the news that climate finance will not reach the promised goal of 100 billion annually until 2023, we must accelerate our efforts to ensure that all countries have access to the latest technological innovations. Second, nearly $100 trillion have been pledged to net zero targets by the private sector. Yet, it is unclear how they will be utilized, prioritized, or measured. It is imperative that their contributions are as efficient and impactful as possible. Third, we must maintain focus on adaptation, particularly for vulnerable countries. We must ensure there is an even 50-50 split in adaptation and mitigation financing. Fourth, green jobs are the future, promising both economic prosperity and environmental sustainability. We owe to the world's almost 1.8 billion youth to not only make the transition to blue and green economies, but to also invest in their skills and tap into their energies to make that transition viable. Excellencies, 6 years ago in Paris, we celebrated an agreement that committed us to keeping global temperatures from rising above 1.5 degrees. We pledged to protect those most vulnerable, and we acknowledged that this was a planetary problem, that no country could go alone. Yet since Paris, it has rained for the first time on Greenland summit. The amount of CO2 in the atmosphere has reached record levels. Heat waves have scorched countries around the world. Droughts, storms, forest fires, and floods have all become more intense, more recurrent, and more commonplace, and sea levels are rising, threatening small island states and coastal communities alike. My friends, we have the science, we have the resources, we agree on the urgency. What then is holding us back? My dear friends, only one variable remains, and it is us. We have to make the choice to address climate change. We have to choose the hard but necessary actions. We have to listen to the science and increasingly our global population who are demanding action. My dear, dear friends, we have run out of excuses. It is time to do the right thing. In the words of Frankie the dinosaur who addressed the General Assembly, let us not choose extinction. Let us work together as one global family and use the capacities and capabilities at hand to do what needs to be done. Let us get it done. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Now, upon my special invitation, it is my pleasure to invite India Logan Riley, a representative of the indigenous peoples, to address the plenary. India, you have the floor.
Tēnā tātou katoa. Hello everyone. Ko kahuraniki, te maunga, ko toki te awa, ko ngaruroro te awa, ko tūtaikuri te awa, ko ngā kangunu te iwi, ti hei moriora. Ko India Mero Logan Riley aho. My name is India, and I am from a nation called Ngā Kangunu on the east coast of the North Island of Aotearoa, colonially known as New Zealand. In February of last year, catastrophic climate change-filled wildfires tore their way across eastern Australia. The smoke cloud was so big that the sun turned red in my own homelands, far from the east coast of Australia. At that time, I was supporting my younger brother in hospital, and the doctors told us that they were seeing higher amounts of people with breathing issues related to the smoke in the air. In that moment, our health was bound to the struggle of the land and people in another country. In the impacts of climate change, our fates are intertwined, as are the historic forces that have brought us together today. Before we embark on these 2 weeks of negotiations, it is important to reflect on how we ended up in this room, with thousands of other people masked up and poised to deliberate. And to do this, I must go back hundreds of years into the roots of imperialist expansion and the story of my own community. 252 years ago, invading forces sent by the ancestors of this presidency arrived in my ancestors' territories, heralding an age of violence and murder and destruction enabled by documents like the Doctrine of Discovery that were formulated in Europe. Land in my region was stolen by the British Crown in order to extract oil and suck the land of all its nutrients, while seeking to displace my people and end our practices. The first time I personally experienced these violent processes was at 10 years old, when the local council attempted to steal our community's land for the construction of a highway. And then after that, the New Zealand government stole the foreshore and seabed and offered it up for deep-sea oil drilling the following year. These historic forces continue to shape my life and have brought me here. I have grown up in these negotiations, spending my 20s running through these halls, lobbying decision makers, and staying up far past midnight hand-stitching banners. Since my first climate talks in Paris, I've been giving the same speech. I've been applauded and awarded for conjuring emotive imagery of rising sea levels and yearly wildfires that my community continues to endure. 6 years ago, I first spoke these stories into this space, and every year since, I have repeated the same words: wildfires, sea level rise, wildfires, suffering, sea level rise, biodiversity loss, sea level rise. Emissions continue to rise. I'm the same age as these negotiations. I've grown up, graduated, fallen in love, fallen out of love, stopped and changed a couple of careers along the way, all while the global north, colonial governments and corporations fudge with the future. And as Indigenous, knowing that this history shows us that hands and minds made this present world, and so it is also hands and hearts and minds that can remake it. And it is Indigenous and frontline communities that are leading this remaking. We're keeping fossil fuels in the ground and stopping fossil fuel expansion. We're halting infrastructure that would increase emissions and saying no to false solutions. In fact, in the US and Canada alone, Indigenous resistance has stopped or delayed greenhouse gas pollution equivalent to at least 1/4 of annual emissions. What we do works. In the face of mediocre leadership, Indigenous peoples shine through. This is all to say that climate change is the final outcome of the colonial project, and in our response, we must be decolonial, rooted in justice and care for communities like mine who have borne the burden of the global north greed for far too long. I cannot put it more simply than that we know what we are doing, and if you aren't willing to back us or let us lead, then you're complicit in the death and destruction that is happening across the globe. Rights frameworks must be entrenched in the Paris rulebook. Finance must be redistributed from the likes of war games in the Pacific towards loss and damage and a just transition. And richer countries have to commit to steep emissions reductions this decade, rather than palming off responsibility through carbon markets. And last but not least, land back, oceans back. This is all part of following Indigenous leadership. This is what keeping warming below 1.5 degrees looks like. This is an invitation to you. This COP, learn our histories, listen to our stories, honour our knowledge, and get in line or get out of the way. Kia ora. Thank you.
Thank you, India. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the opening statements of COP26. May I please ask you to remain in your seats whilst we escort our guests from the podium. Distinguished delegates, I now invite the conference to consider sub-item 2B of the provisional agenda, adoption of the rules of procedure. The draft rules are contained in document FCCC/CP/1996/2. Parties may recall that the draft rules of procedure are being applied with the exception of draft Rule 42 on voting due to the lack of consensus. This has been the case since the first session of the Conference of the Parties in 1995. At COP25, the President held consultations and reported that that there continue to be no consensus on the matter and propose that consultations continue at COP26. I therefore propose that we continue to apply the draft rules of procedure, with the exception of draft rule 42. I would like to propose that Ken O'Flaherty of my delegation holds informal consultations on this issue. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. Let us now consider sub-item 2C of the provisional agenda, adoption of the agenda. I wish to thank all parties for their active and constructive engagement in our consultations on the agendas for COP26, CMP16 and CMA3. Whilst parties expressed a range of views, there was a common desire to initiate proceedings swiftly and smoothly today. With the eyes of the world on Glasgow, this will send an important signal to the world that parties remain committed to addressing the global challenge of climate change. Several groups and parties expressed concern about the large number of new agenda items proposed by the parties on top of an unprecedented workload in Glasgow, resulting from the accumulation of mandates from COP25 and from 2020 and 2021. I wish to thank Turkey for its flexibility in withdrawing its proposal for an item in the COP agenda. Before presenting the agenda of the COP for adoption, please allow me to first outline my proposals for the agendas of the COP, the CMP and the CMA as they are interrelated. I will also touch on the organisation of work for some specific agenda items based on the consultations conducted and feedback received by the Presidency. Last night, the Secretariat issued documents FCCC/2021/1/Addendum 2, FCCC/KP/CMP/2021/1/Addendum 1, and FCCC/PA/CMA/2021/1/Addendum 2, which contain the revised provisional agendas proposed for adoption by the COP, by the CMP and CMA respectively. These supersede the previously issued supplementary and provisional agendas and reflect a number of understandings and commitments on my part. I hope that all delegations have these documents before them. These documents are the result of intensive consultations held over the past days. I wish to thank all parties for their constructive engagement and their flexibility. In presenting the revised provisional agendas, I wish to provide several clarifications. For the purpose of transparency, I will explain the revisions made. On the proposal for the plurinational state of Bolivia to include an item on the agenda of the COP entitled All Matters of Adaptation, and the proposal by Gabon on behalf of the Africa Group to include an item in the agenda of the CMA entitled Matters Related to Adaptation, with related sub-items, the new proposal in document FCCC/PA/CMA/2021/1 Addendum 2 revises item 4 of the CMA agenda to read Matters Related to Adaptation. This item now includes sub-item A, reports of the Adaptation Committee in brackets 2019 and 2020, and sub-item B, report of the Adaptation Committee in brackets 2021 and the Global Goal on Adaptation. On the proposal by Gabon, on behalf of the African Group, that each item under the Standing Committee on Finance be reflected as separate sub-items, the new proposals provide that sub-item 8B of the COP agenda and sub-item 8A of the CMA agenda be revised to read Matters Relating to the Standing Committee on Finance, with a footnote that would read recognising the proposal received from Gabon on behalf of the African Group on 17th of August 2021, with a link to the letter from Gabon containing the proposal. I propose to hold presidency consultations on these sub-items. On the following matters, I propose to engage in alternative forms of consultation rather than including them in the agendas. On the proposal by Gabon on behalf of the African Group to include a new item on the agenda of the CMA entitled Special Needs and Special Circumstances of Africa, I propose to hold presidency consultations on special needs and special circumstances of Africa. These consultations will be reported back to me, including setting out a possible way forward. On the proposal by the plurinational state of Bolivia to include in the agenda of COP an item entitled Equitable, Fair, Ambitious and Urgent Real Emissions Reductions now consistent with a trajectory to reduce the temperature below 1.5 degrees, I commit to facilitating discussions on the urgent actions required to keep 1.5 degrees within reach as part of the presidency-led consultations on the overarching cover decisions. This issue will also be addressed through the following special events. The COP26 World Leaders Summit on the 1st and 2nd of November. The headline event of Science and Innovation Day, titled Responding to the IPCC Report, Keeping 1.5 Degrees Alive. This is to be held on the 9th of November. The information event to update parties on the findings of the NDC Synthesis Report to be held on the 3rd of November. On the proposal by Switzerland on behalf of the Environmental Integrity Group for an item in the CMA entitled Reporting and Review pursuant to Article 13 of the Paris Agreement, Provision of Financial and Capacity Building Support to Developing Countries, I will create space through presidency consultations to address this issue and in doing so address the concerns raised by the Environmental Integrity Group. I'm proposing that the following requests be addressed under existing agenda items. On the proposal by Georgia to include an item in the agenda of the COP entitled Achieving Equitable Geographic Representation in the Composition of Constituted Bodies under the Convention, I propose that this matter be addressed under agenda item 2D and request Vice President Mohammed Irfan Tariq to consult on the composition of constituted bodies during his consultations on the election of officers. On the proposal by the plurinational state of Bolivia to include an item in the CMA entitled Stocktake on Financial Support and Means of Implementation for Alternative Policy Approaches such as Joint Mitigation and Adaptation Approaches for the Integral and Sustainable Management of Forests, I propose that parties consider this matter in the context of deliberations on items on matters relating to the Standing Committee on Finance and guidance to the Green Climate Fund. I also commit to following up after COP26 with both the Standing Committee on Finance and the Board of the Green Climate Fund on their mandated work on financial support and means of implementation for alternative policy approaches. Finally, following consultations, I am proposing not to include the proposal by Gabon on behalf of the African Group for an item on the CMP agenda entitled The Third Commitment Period of Annex B Parties to the Kyoto Protocol in accordance with its Article 3, Paragraph 9, and the entry into force and completion of the Kyoto Protocol Second Commitment Period. Regarding the organisation of work, I will propose the following. Under COP Agenda Item 7 and CMA Agenda Item 7, Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage Associated with Climate Change Impacts, I will propose to hold presidency consultations. Further, I propose that the COP agenda be adopted with the following items held in abeyance. COP item 14, consideration of proposals by parties for amendments to the Convention under Article 15. A, proposal from the Russian Federation to amend Article 4, paragraph 2F of the Convention. B, proposal from Papua New Guinea and Mexico to amend Articles 7 and 18 of the Convention. COP item 15, second review of the adequacy of Article 4, paragraphs 2A and B of the Convention. Dear delegates, with these understandings and with immense gratitude for the flexibility shown by all parties to allow work to begin forthwith, I therefore propose that the provisional agenda as contained in document FCCC/CP/2021/1 Addendum 2 be adopted with items 14A, 14B and 15 held in abeyance. I see that Ukraine has requested the floor. Ukraine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question whether we are going on each agenda item or now we are going to adopt the agenda as a whole. Because in case we will go step by step, by each agenda item, I will have a statement on agenda item 4. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So we will now adopt the agenda for the COP, and then I will go through the CMA, etc. I hope that provides the explanation that you require. Thank you. I see that Timor-Leste has requested the floor. Timor-Leste, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, President. Good morning, Excellencies, friends and colleagues. Thank you very much for facilitating the agenda item 7 of the COP and also agenda item 7 of CMA. It has been clear for us that footnote is there, but we need to be sure that both COP and CMA will be receiving a report from the SBs. It means our work here under the guidance of the SBI and also SAPSTA will be reported back to both COP and CMA. This is our need and this is our aim. How could we cover all the issues under both COP and also CMA? Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much for that. May I just revert to what I said about the organisation of work, and what I had proposed is that under COP item 7 and CMA agenda item 7, Warsaw International Mechanisms for Loss and Damage Associated with Climate Change Impacts, I will propose to hold presidency consultations. I hope that provides the explanation that you're seeking. I see that Ukraine has requested the floor once again. Ukraine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished delegates, the delegation of Ukraine would also like to ask to defer the consideration of the item 4 of the COP26 agenda. The provisional agenda annotations for agenda item 4 mention that the Secretariat prepared a compilation and synthesis report on the information reported by parties included in Annex 1 to the Convention in their 7th National Communications, 3rd and 4th biennial reports for consideration in this session. However, there is no reference to any specific document available which might be considered under this agenda item by the parties. In this regard, let me recall that at our previous session, there were concerns as to these documents raised by the delegation of Ukraine. Unfortunately, despite the reassurances we received from the Secretariat, the concerns have not been met. Given the need to ensure a consistent application by the Secretariat of the agreed approach, the delegation of Ukraine stands for deferment of the consideration of COP26 agenda item 4. Namely, we refer to the third and fourth biennial reports of the Russian Federation, as well as compilation and synthesis of the third and fourth biennial reports of parties included in Annex 1 to the Convention. We ask to include the statement in the report of COP26. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you for the statement, and we note your concerns. I see that Bolivia has requested the floor. Bolivia, you have the floor.
Presidente, distinguidos delegados y delegadas, estamos hoy aquí en esta sesión inaugural de la COP26, representantes de nuestros países y bajo la atenta mirada de los pueblos del mundo que conviven en nuestra casa común, que es nuestra madre tierra. Millones de personas ya han sufrido los efectos adversos de la crisis climática y que después de casi 30 años de negociaciones climáticas nos interpelan pidiéndonos que finalmente demos una respuesta eficaz que permita reconducir la actual emergencia climática global. Bolivia ha solicitado la inclusión en la agenda de la COP26 el tema sobre reducciones de emisiones reales, equitativas, justas, ambiciosas, urgentes, ahora, consistentes con una trayectoria para mantener la temperatura por debajo de 1,5 grados. Este tema ha sido incorporado como el punto 16 de la agenda provisional, pero ya ha sido removido. La agenda de la COP no cuenta ya con este punto como parte de sus temas de discusión, porque no ha existido un consenso de los países para poder incorporar esta temática. Esto refleja que todas las visiones de los países para alcanzar el objetivo de limitar la temperatura en 1,5 grados solamente son declaraciones políticas, sin ningún nivel de compromiso, prácticos y operativos. Pese a que este tema ha sido removido de la agenda, esperamos que la presidencia de la COP pueda encontrar espacios para discutir este tema, que es uno de los temas centrales de debate sobre la crisis climática. Una COP de cambio climático no puede ignorar el tema principal de la crisis climática, que tiene que ver con la definición de las soluciones reales y concretas para limitar el incremento de la temperatura. Las siguientes reflexiones realizadas por los pueblos de Bolivia justifican la necesidad que se tiene que poner en marcha un proceso profundo de reflexión sobre la necesidad de alcanzar un incremento de la temperatura consistente, con 1,5 grados centígrados, pero de forma real e inmediata, y no pensando en el 2050. En primer lugar, tenemos que denunciar al mundo entero que la crisis climática no ha sido detenida hasta ahora porque los países desarrollados del anexo 1 han incumplido de forma sistemática sus promesas en las negociaciones climáticas. El protocolo de Kioto ha sido promulgado en el 97 para acordar los compromisos específicos legalmente vinculantes. En primer lugar, el primer periodo de compromisos del 2008 al 2012, los países desarrollados, conocidos como países del anexo 1, se adhieren a recortes insignificantes de emisiones agregadas del 5% en comparación con los niveles del año 1990. A pesar de esta visión muy baja, Estados Unidos abandona el protocolo. El Acuerdo de París ha sido aprobado el año 2011 sobre la base de que los países desarrollados acordarán nuevas obligaciones de reducciones de las emisiones el año 2013 y 2020, en el marco del segundo periodo de compromisos del Protocolo de Kioto. Lamentablemente, las demoras en la ratificación entre muchos países desarrollados hicieron que la enmienda de Doha al Protocolo de Kioto para su segundo periodo de compromisos entra en una vigencia solo el último día del 2020. Los países desarrollados también acordaron en Doha el año 2012 revisar sus objetivos de reducción de emisiones para fines del 2014 y aumentar su nivel de ambición. No solo se elevó el nivel de la ambición, los países desarrollados, de hecho, aumentaron sus ambiciones entre el año 1990 y 2020. Esto junto con la negativa de que algunos países desarrollados, al asumir nuevas metas bajo el protocolo de Kioto, resaltan su falta de ambición de mitigación. Los países desarrollados han hecho muchos compromisos y nunca los han cumplido. En segundo lugar, tenemos que aclarar al mundo entero que el calentamiento global es el resultado de las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero que están consumiendo el espacio atmosférico y que existe una responsabilidad histórica de los países desarrollados con este gasto que no quieren asumir. Durante una propia fase de industrialización, los países desarrollados han abusado de su espacio de carbono y han utilizado el de los países en desarrollo como el nuestro. El presupuesto de carbono para evitar un incremento de la temperatura por debajo de 1,5 grados es cada vez más reducido y estamos a punto de agotarlo. El aumento de la temperatura global, según los últimos datos publicados por el IPCC, del total de emisiones de CO2 que aún podrían ser lanzadas a la atmósfera sin superar el calentamiento global de 1,5 grados, oscilan entre el 67% en probabilidad. Es en estos momentos donde solo 400 gigatoneladas son las que se encuentran en ese rango. Es una cantidad muy reducida teniendo en cuenta que las emisiones globales anuales ascienden a 42 gigatoneladas. Nuestra preocupación tiene sus bases en simples cálculos matemáticos. Las emisiones acumuladas en el 2030 han alcanzado la atmósfera y están ascendiendo en 445 gigatoneladas de CO2 y por lo tanto habremos agotado y sobrepasado en 45 gigatoneladas el presupuesto global de carbono. Es decir, si seguimos con la implementación de los índices actuales, en el 2030 el objetivo del 1,5 grados va a ser un objetivo inalcanzable porque ya se habrá sobrepasado este umbral. Si los países desarrollados continúan emitiendo y ocupando espacio atmosférico durante los próximos 30 años, las metas globales de la autoridad palestina y el objetivo de la Convención no se van a cumplir. Los países desarrollados deberían reconocer esas emisiones de carbono acumuladas históricas y acumuladas per cápita y dejar el espacio atmosférico restante para los derechos de desarrollo del mundo en desarrollo y apuntar a su descarbonización total dentro de esta década. Si continúan emitiendo y ocupando más espacio atmosférico, durante los próximos 30 años las metas globales de la autoridad palestina y el objetivo de la Convención no se van a cumplir. En tercer lugar, tenemos que ser absolutamente conscientes que existe una enorme brecha entre las reducciones que requiere la madre tierra y los pobres compromisos de reducción de emisiones de los países, que principalmente deben ser compromisos de los países desarrollados, porque son ellos quienes deben tomar el liderazgo de la reducción de las emisiones. Los dos últimos informes del IPCC nos dicen que para conseguir estabilizar el aumento de la temperatura en 1,5 grados, las emisiones de CO2 en el 2030 deberían reducirse en 45% respecto a los niveles del año 2010. El 45% de la reducción debería ser principal referencia en la lucha contra el cambio climático para esta década. El cambio climático, de acuerdo al informe síntesis presentado por el secretario, indica que los índices actuales nos van a llevar en el 2030 a un nivel de emisiones globales del 16,3% por encima del año 2010. Reducir estos niveles de emisiones es responsabilidad principal de los países desarrollados porque ellos tienen la mayor responsabilidad histórica sobre el gasto del presupuesto de carbono y los mayores niveles per cápita de emisiones de carbono. En cuarto lugar, tenemos que denunciar al mundo entero que el llamado de emisiones netas cero al 2050 es un llamado que profundiza la inequidad y la injusticia climática, que nos llevará a un incremento de la temperatura más allá de los 3 grados a fines de este siglo y a una catástrofe global. A pesar de una falta de ambición demostrada en el periodo anterior al 2030, así como en sus índices de acuerdo al Acuerdo de París, los principales países desarrollados ahora están presionando para cambiar los objetivos del Acuerdo de París, al pedir a todos los países que adopten objetivos netos cero para el 2050. Este nuevo objetivo que está avanzando va en contra del Acuerdo de París y es en contra de la equidad y la justicia climática. Las demandas de las emisiones netas cero para todos los países para el 2050 incrementa aún más las desigualdades existentes entre los países desarrollados y los países en desarrollo. Lejos de significar ambiciones climáticas, la frase de emisiones netas cero están siendo utilizadas por la mayoría de los gobiernos de los países desarrollados y corporaciones contaminantes para evadir sus responsabilidades, disfrazando la inacción climática para seguir con las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero en la atmósfera. Las estrategias de emisiones netas cero no están realizando ni tomando en consideración los criterios de equidad y justicia climática. Que el mundo deba alcanzar la neutralidad de las emisiones al 2050 no implica que todos los países debamos alcanzar esta en la misma fecha. Esto constituiría una grave injusticia y vulneración del principio de responsabilidades comunes pero diferenciadas y de las respectivas capacidades, en base a la equidad y a la voluntad de la justicia climática. Los países del norte global deberían alcanzar neutralidad de emisiones mucho antes, mientras que los países del sur podrían alcanzarlas después. Estimados delegados y delegadas, les pido a todos ustedes que por unos minutos levantemos la mirada por encima de los legítimos intereses de los estados a los que representamos y que todos pensemos en conjunto, en conjunto por la biosfera terrestre, por la madre tierra y por la humanidad. Han pasado ya 6 años desde la aprobación del Acuerdo de París y en lugar de avanzar estamos retrocediendo. Es triste constatar que el día de hoy los resultados de la implementación del acuerdo son exactamente pobres y preocupantes. El actual proceso de negociaciones de la implementación del Acuerdo de París nos conduce a un cambio inminente en el ciclo vital de la madre tierra. De continuar por esta senda, condenaremos al planeta a una 6ª extinción masiva y a una gran parte de la humanidad a su desaparición, solo para favorecer los intereses de un sistema capitalista depredador, sin querer frenar el colapso climático. La COP26 tiene que dar un giro radical en la forma como estamos enfrentando la crisis climática. La presente década es decisiva para enfrentar el colapso climático y hablar de promesas para aquí en adelante, de aquí a 30 años, cuando ya será irremediablemente tarde, es una posición irresponsable y suicida con la vida del planeta y de la humanidad. Presidente, delegados y delegadas, para conseguir este objetivo deberíamos ser capaces de aprobar una decisión específica en la COP26 que permita incrementar de forma extraordinaria la inmediata reducción de las emisiones por parte de los países desarrollados del anexo 1. Consideramos que esto debe realizarse en el marco del artículo 4, párrafo 2, inciso D, de la Convención que prevé una revisión de la idoneidad del artículo 4, párrafo 2, inciso A e inciso B, a intervalos regulares determinados por la COP, para que el objetivo se cumpla en esta convención, para permitir que estos elementos deberían contener una decisión de la COP en la siguiente dirección. Deberíamos organizar un grupo de trabajo durante el año 2022 para avanzar en un proceso que permita operacionalizar todos los aspectos necesarios para alcanzar una trayectoria consistente al 1,5 grados. Este grupo de trabajo tendría la tarea de identificar la parte justa del presupuesto de carbono que corresponde a los países del anexo 1, de acuerdo con los compromisos de equidad y CBDR, consistente con una trayectoria para mantener la temperatura debajo del 1,5 grados para el periodo 2023-2030. Los países del anexo 1, en este marco, tendrían que establecer un compromiso vinculante voluntario por parte de las partes del anexo 1. Medidas de mitigación extraordinarias adicionales a sus actuales índices para lograr una reducción real de las emisiones ahora entre el año 2023-2030 en lugar de 0 emisiones netas, como un acuerdo que se representaría en la COP27 el año 2022. También se tendría que definir la provisión de financiamiento y medios de implementación para que los países en desarrollo aumenten su ambición de mitigación y adaptación en consecuencia. Los países del anexo 1 deben tomar la decisión de compensar a los países en desarrollo por hacer su justa y equitativa de presupuesto de carbono, mediante la provisión de financiamiento y transferencia de tecnología, así como para ayudar en la creación de capacidad de esos países. Esperamos que en esta COP26 exista el espacio necesario para discutir estos temas vinculados a las propuestas prácticas para limitar el incremento de la temperatura en 1,5 grados centígrados. Distinguidos delegados, delegadas, presidente, la ciudadanía mundial nos está mirando y nos pide acción. A nosotros nos toca urgentemente decisiones valientes, con una perspectiva global y a la altura de la extremada y delicada situación que estamos atravesando. La responsabilidad que tenemos con las generaciones presentes y futuras y con nuestra madre tierra es cada día más urgente y enorme. Es por ello que como Bolivia hemos convocado una acción urgente y equitativa para lograr una reducción de las emisiones que permita limitar el incremento de la temperatura a 1,5 grados centígrados en el marco de esta COP26. Es un llamado a que los países desarrollados del anexo 1 realicen reducciones de emisiones reales extraordinarias e inmediatas para limitar de forma real y efectiva el incremento de la temperatura por debajo de los 1,5 grados centígrados. Creemos, como Bolivia, que esto es posible. Creemos, presidente, delegados, delegadas, que el día de hoy nos hemos reunido y vamos a trabajar juntos justamente por poder frenar esta crisis climática y enfrentarla entre todos ahora. Gracias.
So I thank Bolivia for its statement and, of course, for demonstrating flexibility. And I would just refer all parties to the statement I made earlier on the proposal from Bolivia. I have committed to facilitating a discussion on the urgent actions required to keep 1.5 within reach as part of presidency-led consultation on the overarching cover decision. And I've also set out a number of special events where this item will be covered. Thank you to Bolivia for its statement. I see that Venezuela has requested the floor. Venezuela, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Brevemente quiero expresar unas palabras. En primer lugar, felicitar a la delegada de Bolivia por tan interesante y alentadora intervención que ha realizado. En nombre del grupo ALBA en Cambio Climático queremos felicitarlo en primer lugar por la presidencia, por haber asumido la presidencia de la Conferencia de las Partes. Y queremos también, en el nombre de Venezuela, decirle que estamos listos para participar en una manera constructiva en el proceso de cambio climático. Hemos tratado de llamar la atención con distintos colegas en distintos espacios en los que hemos participado sobre una preocupación muy específica que ha traído Venezuela para esta conferencia y tiene que ver con elementos externos, colaterales, que de alguna u otra manera interfieren en la implementación del Acuerdo de París. Nosotros hemos venido celebrando en el ámbito nacional una serie de actividades que tienen que ver con un mandato específico que recibimos de la reunión de jefes de Estado del grupo ALBA-TCP, celebrada en Caracas el 24 de junio del 2021. El mandato específicamente nos señala que debemos promover un diálogo sobre la afectación de las medidas coercitivas unilaterales en la acción climática. En este sentido, señor presidente, le quería comentar que en estos tiempos de cuarentena nosotros hemos estado abocados a celebrar una cantidad importante de actividades que han convocado a expertos, académicos, a juristas internacionales, a expertos relatores de Naciones Unidas sobre el tema de las medidas coercitivas unilaterales y su incidencia en la acción climática. Expertos relatores de reconocimiento internacional, les puedo mencionar el nombre de la doctora Elena Dohan, del profesor Jeffrey Sachs, el profesor Hernández Bretón y así un número, no sé si me puede seguir o...
Thank you very much. Yes, I am following. Please proceed.
Este número importante de actividades que hemos celebrado de manera virtual con reconocidos juristas internacionales sobre la incidencia y la afectación de las medidas unilaterales y de las medidas coercitivas unilaterales en la acción climática y en los derechos ambientales. Hemos planteado tener la oportunidad en la conferencia de las partes de tener un espacio, porque este tema está contenido en la Convención Marco de las Naciones Unidas. Entonces queremos que de alguna u otra manera la agenda prevea un espacio para tener una discusión sobre este aspecto, tanto en la conferencia de la Convención como en la conferencia del Acuerdo de París. Quería señalar que las medidas coercitivas unilaterales abarcan un amplio espectro, constituyéndose en acciones que afectan de forma directa e indirecta las capacidades para responder a la acción de la crisis del cambio climático y en las capacidades de respuesta de los Estados. Estaríamos haciendo referencia a una nueva categorización de vulnerabilidad climática. Por tanto, es indudable la pertinencia de su tratamiento en esta agenda de la Convención de Cambio Climático. Por eso queríamos plantearle, porque estamos en una reunión en unas circunstancias excepcionales por la pandemia, no tengo la certeza que todas las propuestas hayan cumplido con los 6 meses de antelación, porque la confirmación de la celebración de la conferencia fue incluso posterior a esta norma de los 6 meses. Entonces queríamos tener la seguridad de que vamos a contar con un espacio en la agenda para poder tratar este tema. Le agradezco que haya podido confirmarme la recepción del mensaje que Venezuela está enviando y si no puedo pasar al inglés. Gracias.
Yes, thank you very much for that. I did indeed follow the points that were being raised, and I thank you for your concerns. There are a number of places in the existing agenda to raise these concerns, and we've obviously had extensive consultations on the agenda, and I would appeal to all parties that we may be able to proceed with the adoption of the agenda. Friends, hearing no objections, having first, of course, heard all your views, but now hearing no objections, it is so decided. I will appoint senior members of my delegation to consult on agenda item 7, Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage associated with climate change impacts, and sub-agenda item 8b, matters relating to the Standing Committee on Finance. I will keep parties informed on the progress of the consultations. The conference is now invited to consider sub-item 2d of the agenda, election of officers other than the President. Mr. Mohammed Irfan Tariq, Vice President of COP, has begun consultations on behalf of the COP25 President on the elections for officers for the bodies of the Convention, the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement. Groups have not yet completed their consultations and nominations are still pending. I would like to thank Mr. Tariq for his work so far, and I propose that he continues the consultations until the nominations have been finalised. In accordance with the established practice, those consultations will include the nominations to all bodies for elections during this conference. With regard to the Bureau of the COP, I propose to postpone action on the election of the COP26 Bureau until all nominations are finalised, and to return to this item at the closing plenary of the COP to conduct the election. Confirmed nominees to the COP26 Bureau will be invited to attend meetings of the Bureau as observers during the conference until the elections have taken place. Parties will note that only 7 out of the 212 nominations expected have been received. Further, women currently comprise only 36% of the membership of Convention, Kyoto Protocol and Paris Agreement bodies. I urge parties to nominate men and women equally so that we can achieve the goal of gender balance. I urge parties to intensify efforts to conclude the remaining nominations so that these can be transmitted by the deadline of 8 p.m. on Saturday, the 6th of November. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. The conference is now invited to consider sub-item 2e of the agenda, admission of organisations as observers. The conference has before it document FCCC/CP/2021/7, which includes a list of IGOs and NGOs that have expressed a wish to participate in our work at COP26. This list was the basis on which organisations were informed of their pre-admittance status to COP26, on the understanding that the final authority to grant admission lies with the COP. In accordance with the recommendations of the Bureau on this matter, I invite the conference to admit as observers the organisations listed in document FCCC/CP/2021/7. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I now invite delegates to consider sub-item 2F of the agenda, organisation of work, including the sessions of the subsidiary bodies. Today, the governing and subsidiary bodies will convene their opening plenaries and launch work under all agenda items. Upon completion of the opening plenaries of the Subster and SBI, the 5 bodies will reconvene in a joint plenary to hear statements from groups and observer organisations. On the following items, the COP will take appropriate action on the basis of recommendations from the subsidiary bodies. Item 4. Reporting from and review of parties included in Annex 1 to the Convention. Item 5. Reporting from parties not included in Annex 1 to the Convention. Item 6. report of the Adaptation Committee for 2019, 2020 and 2021. Sub-items A and B of item 9, development and transfer of technologies. Item 10, capacity building under the Convention. Item 11, matters relating to the least developed countries. Item 12, report of the Forum on the impact of the implementation of response measures. Item 13, gender and climate change. Sub-items A, B and C of item 16, administrative, financial and institutional matters. These items are already on the agenda of the respective subsidiary body, and that body may develop draft decisions or conclusions for consideration by the COP as appropriate. In addition, I propose to refer the following matters to the relevant subsidiary bodies. Under agenda item 6, report of the Adaptation Committee for 2019, 2020 and 2021, I propose to refer the review of the progress, effectiveness and performance of the Adaptation Committee to the SBSTA and the SBI. Under agenda item 13, gender and climate change, I propose to refer the consideration of the annual report on gender composition and the synthesis report on progress in integrating a gender perspective in constituted body processes to the SBI. On Saturday, 6th of November, the SBSTA and the SBI will conclude their work. I look forward to receiving the results of the SBSTA under the leadership of Mr. Tosi Mpanu and of the SPI under the leadership of Ms. Marianne Carlson. Upon closure of the SBSTA and the SBI, I will convene an informal stock-taking meeting to assess the status of negotiations and to propose our way of working during the second week of the conference. Dear colleagues, tomorrow, Monday the 1st of November, we will be honoured with the presence of His Excellency Mr. Boris Johnson, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, other heads of state and government, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, and other dignitaries for the official opening ceremony and the inauguration of the high-level segment which will form part of the World Leaders Summit. This first part of the high-level segment will be held from Monday the 1st to Tuesday the 2nd of November. The high-level segment will then resume on Tuesday the 9th of November and Wednesday the 10th of November to continue hearing national statements from parties whose head of state or government did not speak during the first part. On Wednesday, the 10th of November, upon conclusion of the national statements, we will hear statements from senior representatives of intergovernmental and non-governmental organisations. On Thursday, the 11th of November, and Friday, the 12th of November, the COP will reconvene to consider the decisions and conclusions for adoption. Hearing no objections, we will proceed I call Ukraine to the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The delegation of Ukraine just would like to reiterate that the agenda item 4, we asked to defer the consideration of this agenda item, despite we are completely aware that the issue under this agenda item will be dealt within SBI session. But as long as it's present in the agenda, COP26 agenda, we would ask to defer the consideration of this agenda item. Thank you.
So on item 4, reporting from review of parties included in Annex 1 to the Convention, Ukraine proposed to defer this item. Is this agreeable to parties? It is so decided. So hearing no further issues or objections, we will proceed on this basis. I now invite the COP to consider Agenda Item 2G, dates and venues of future sessions. In accordance with the practice of rotation amongst regional groups, the African states would host COP27, the Asia-Pacific states would host COP28, and Eastern European states would host COP29. The African states have nominated Egypt to host and serve as president of COP27. Early identification of a host country minimises logistical and financial risks. I would therefore encourage the Asia-Pacific states and the Eastern European states to accelerate their consultations and propose a host for COP28 and COP29 respectively at the earliest possible time. The COP is also invited to agree on the dates for the sessional periods in 2025 to be recommended by the SBI. I propose that Janet Rogan of my delegation conduct consultations on my behalf with the relevant regional groups with a view to proposing a draft decision on this matter for adoption by the COP. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I would now like to invite the COP to consider Agenda Item 8, matters relating to finance, including sub-items A and C to F. I would like to introduce the sub-items and then open the floor for statements. After the statements, I will outline the overall approach in dealing with this agenda item. For sub-item 8A, long-term climate finance, COP25 could not conclude consideration, and in accordance with Rules 10C and 16 of the draft Rules of Procedures being applied, it has been included in the provisional agenda for this session. The COP is invited to deliberate on this matter and to consider the summary reports of the in-session workshops on long-term climate finance. Relevant information is contained in the documents FCCC/CP/2019/4, FCCC/CP/2019/7, FCCC/CP/2019/INF1, and FCCC/CP/2021/6. Regarding sub-item 8C, report of the Green Climate Fund to the Conference of the Parties and guidance to the Green Climate Fund, the COP is invited to provide guidance to the GCF on policies, programme priorities and eligibility criteria, taking into account the annual reports of the GCF contained in FCCC/CP/2020/5 and FCCC/CP/2021/8. The draft guidance to the operating entities of the financial mechanism proposed by the co-facilitators to the Standing Committee on Finance and compilation analysis of submissions received on the draft guidance outlined in the 2021 report of the SCF contained in FCCC/CP/2021/10/Addendum 3 to FCCC/PA/CMA/2021/7/Addendum 3. The annual reports on the operation of the NAMA registry contained in FCCC/CP/2020/INF1 and FCCC/CP/2021/INF1. I would like to thank Mr. Jose de Luna Martinez from Mexico and Mr. Jean-Christophe Donnellier from France for their leadership as co-chairs of the Green Climate Board and the members of the board for their hard work. For sub-item 8D, report of the Global Environment Facility to the Conference of the Parties and guidance to the Global Environment Facility, the COP will be invited to provide guidance on the GEF on policies, programme priorities and eligibility criteria, taking into consideration the annual reports of the GEF and its addendum contained in FCCC/CP/2020/1 and Addendum 1 and FCCC/CP/2021/9 and Addendum 1. The draft guidance to the operating entities of the financial mechanism proposed by the co-facilitators to the Standing Committee on Finance and compilation and analysis submissions received on the draft guidance outlined in 2021 report of the SCF contained in FCCC/CP/2021/10 Addendum 3 to FCCC/PA/CMA/2021/7 Addendum 3. The annual reports on the operation of the NAMA registry contained in FCCC/CP/2020/1 and FCCC/CP/2021/1. I would like to thank the chairperson of the GF, Mr. Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, and the GF Secretariat for the work undertaken by the GF. For sub-item 8E, 7th review of the financial mechanism, the COP is invited to initiate and agree on the guidelines for the 7th review of the financial mechanism, taking into account the guidelines contained in the annex to decision 12/CP22. For sub-item 8F, compilation and synthesis of and summary report on the in-session workshop on biennial communications of information related to Article 9, Paragraph 5 of the Paris Agreement, the COP is invited to consider the compilation and synthesis of the biennial communications and the summary report on the 2021 in-session workshop. Relevant information is contained in FCCC/PA/CMA/2021/3 and FCCC/PA/CMA/2021/5. I would now like to outline the approach for considering this agenda item. For sub-items 8A and 8F, I propose that Mr. Georg Borsting from Norway and Mr. Carlos Fuller from Belize co-chair the contact groups established for these sub-items. For sub-items 8C and D, I propose that Ambassador Diane Black-Lane from Antigua and Barbuda and Mr. Toru Sugio from Japan co-chair contact groups established for each sub-item. For sub-item 8E, I propose that Eva Schroeder from the Netherlands and Daniela Veas from Chile co-chair the contact group established for the sub-item. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I now invite the COP to consider agenda item 9, development and transfer of technologies, sub-item C, review of the constitution of the advisory board of the CTCN. The COP is invited to review the constitution of the advisory body of the CTCN, and I would propose that a contact group be established to undertake this review, co-chaired by Frederica Fricano from Italy and Marer Husni from Maldives. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I now invite the COP to consider agenda item 9, development and transfer of technologies, sub-item D, second review of the Climate Technology Centre and Network. The COP is invited to consider the findings of and recommendations arising from the second independent review and determine any follow-up action for enhancing the performance of the CTCN, and to consider matters relating to the renewal of the Memorandum of Understanding between the COP and UNEP regarding the hosting of the CTC, and determine any follow-up action. The report on the second independent review is contained in FCCC/CP/2021/3. I propose to establish informal consultations to consider these matters, co-chaired by Madeleine Diouf-Sarr from Senegal and Stephen Minas from Greece. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I now invite the COP to consider Agenda Item 18, Administrative, Financial and Institutional Matters, Sub-Item D, Decision-Making in the UNFCCC process. At COP25, parties were unable to conclude their consideration of this matter, and in accordance with the rules 10C and 16 of the draft rules of procedure being applied, this matter has been included in the provisional agenda for COP26. I propose to undertake informal consultations on sub-item 18D to be facilitated by Ken O'Flaherty of my delegation. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. Delegates, this brings us to the end of the first meeting of the COP. I would now like to adjourn this meeting and open the CMP. This meeting of the COP is now adjourned. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I now declare open the 16th session of the Conference of the Parties, serving as the meeting of the parties to the Kyoto Protocol. We will now proceed with our work under Agenda Item 2, Organisational Matters. I invite the Conference to consider Sub-Item 2A of the Provisional Agenda, Adoption of the Agenda. With the understandings that I previously outlined in the first plenary meeting of the COP, I propose that the agenda be adopted as contained in document FCCC/KP/CMP/2021/1/Addendum 1. I call Ukraine to take the floor.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished delegates, the delegation of Ukraine carefully studied the documents under CMP 16 Agenda Item 4B, and in this regard I would like to make a statement. We note that these documents under this Agenda Item 4B failed to meet the concerns voiced at the previous COP25 session. Given the need to ensure a consistent application by the Secretariat of the agreed approach, the delegation of Ukraine stands for deferment of the consideration of CMP 16 Agenda Item 4B. Namely, we refer to the documents FCCC/KP/CMP/2019/6 and Addendum 1, FCCC/KP/CMP/2020/5 and Addendum 1, FCCC/KP/CMP/2021/3 and Addendum 1. We ask to include the statement in the report of CMP 16. So we ask to defer the consideration of Agenda Item 4B. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank Ukraine for their intervention. And I propose to defer discussion on this item to CMP 17. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. Excellencies, I have heard your views, and hearing no further objections, it is so decided. I invite the Conference to consider sub-item 2B of the agenda, election of additional officers. Under the Kyoto Protocol, if any member of the Bureau represents a state that is not a party to the Kyoto Protocol, elections will be held for an additional member representing a party to the Protocol. Vice President Mr. Mohammed Irfan Tariq will continue conducting consultations on this matter. I propose to return to this item at the closing plenary of the CMP to conduct the election of additional Bureau members if necessary. Please be reminded that the deadline for nominations is 8 p.m. on Saturday, the 6th of November. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. Distinguished delegates, I now invite the Conference to consider sub-item 2C, organisation of work, including for the sessions of the subsidiary bodies. On the following items, the CMP will take appropriate action on the basis of recommendations from the subsidiary bodies. Sub-item 8A of item 4, reporting from and review of the parties included in Annex 1. Sub-item B of item 7, matters relating to the Adaptation Fund. Item 8, capacity building under the Kyoto Protocol. Item 9, report of the Forum on the impact of the implementation of response measures. Sub-items A, B and C of item 12, administrative, financial and institutional matters. These items are already on the agendas of the respective subsidiary body, and that body may develop draft decisions or conclusions for consideration by the CMP as appropriate. In addition, I propose to refer sub-agenda item 4C, date of completion of the expert review process under Article 8 of the Kyoto Protocol for the second commitment period, to the subsidiary body for implementation for consideration at its 56th session. I would ask that the SBI conclude its work with a view to recommending a draft decision for consideration and adoption no later than at CMP 17. During the COP plenary, I presented proposals for the organisation of work. As all parties to the protocol are also parties to the Convention, I propose that the CMP follows the same approach as the COP. During the second week of the conference, I will reconvene the CMP to consider the decisions and conclusions for adoption. Hearing no objections, we will proceed on this basis. I now invite the CMP to consider agenda item 2E, status of ratification of the Doha Amendment to the Kyoto Protocol. On 8th of December 2021, at the 8th session of the Conference of the Parties, serving as a meeting of the parties to the Kyoto Protocol, the parties adopted, in accordance with Articles 20 and 21 of the Kyoto Protocol, the Doha Amendment to the Kyoto Protocol. Distinguished colleagues, it is with great pleasure that I note that the Doha Amendment to the Kyoto Protocol entered into force on the 31st of December 2020. And as of the 30th of October 2021, 147 parties to the Kyoto Protocol have accepted the Doha Amendment. I congratulate these parties. I now invite the CMP to take note of this information. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I now invite the CMP to consider agenda item 4, reporting from and review of parties included in Annex 1, sub-item 4B, annual compilation and accounting report for the second commitment period for Annex B parties under the Kyoto Protocol. Parties may wish to refer to documents FCCC/KP/CMP/2019/6 and Addendum 1, FCCC/KP/CMP/2020/5 and Addendum 1, and FCCC/KP/CMP/2021/3 and Addendum 1. I would like to invite the CMP to take note of the information contained in the annual compilation and accounting reports for Annex B parties under the Kyoto Protocol for 2019, 2020 and 2021. Hearing no... I request Ukraine to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As already mentioned, the delegation of Ukraine asks to defer the consideration of this item 4B. Thank you.
Thank you to Ukraine. Apologies on behalf of the Secretariat. That item should have been deferred. So I now see that Solomon Islands wants to take the floor. I request the Solomon Islands to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We have a lot of sympathy for the concerns expressed by Ukraine with respect to this agenda item. We understand that they have concerns that some documentation relating to this agenda item may not be correct. Nevertheless, there is important information within these documents that is worthy of review, and it would be unfortunate if we deferred this issue. Perhaps you could hold informal consultations with parties on how to proceed with this, and in particular the information that may be incorrect in the accompanying documents. But it would be a shame to allow this agenda item to just disappear or deferred. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I acknowledge the concerns. As all parties will note, the agenda was adopted and the deferred and agenda item 4 was deferred, but of course this will be considered under the SPI. Hearing no further objections, it is so decided. I now invite the CMP to consider agenda item 5, matters relating to the Clean Development Mechanism. Parties may wish to refer to documents FCCC/KP/CMP/2020/1 and FCCC/KP/CMP/2021-4. Since the publication of the annual report, the Executive Board met in Glasgow last week, and the meeting report is available on the CDM web pages of the UNFCCC website. I would like to thank the Chair of the Executive Board of the CDM for 2021, Mr. Olivier Cassi of Belgium, and the Chair for 2020, Mr. El Hadji Mabaye Diandne of Senegal, for their leadership, and the members and alternative members of the board for their hard work. I would propose to establish a contact group to consider this item, to be co-chaired by Mr. Kazuhisa Kutsu from Japan and Mr. Yo Safo from Ghana. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I am aware that some of the issues relating to CDM that will be discussed in this contact group are challenging politically in nature, and some are linked to matters relating to Article 6 under the Paris Agreement, currently being addressed under the Subster. I intend to maintain close contact with the co-chairs of this item in order to ensure smooth and coordinated progress across the Subster, the CMA and the CMP. I will be listening carefully to parties to identify whether and when it may become necessary for the Presidency to undertake consultations on any matters relating to the CDM, including at the ministerial level, given the issues and their linkages to Article 6. Elections of the members and alternate members of the CDM Executive Board will be conducted during the closing CMP plenary. I now invite the CMP to consider agenda item 6, matters relating to joint implementation. Parties may wish to refer to documents FCCC/KP/CMP/2020/4 and FCCC/KP/CMP/2021-6. I would like to thank the Chair of the Joint Implementation Supervisory Committee for 2021, Mr. Derek Odison of Barbados, and the Chair for 2020, Ms. Vanessa Leonardi of Italy, for their leadership, and the members and alternative members of the JISC for their hard work. Dear colleagues, I would like to propose that the CMP takes note of the annual reports of the JISC. I would also propose that the CMP expresses its appreciation to the JISC for its prudent management of resources during the past 2 years. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. Election of the members and alternative members of the JISC will be conducted during the closing CMP plenary. I now invite the CMP to consider Agenda Item 7A, matters relating to the Adaptation Fund, report of the Adaptation Fund Board for 2020 and 2021. Parties may wish to refer to documents FCCC/KP/CMP/2020/2 to FCCC/PA/CMA/2020/2 and FCCC/KP/CMP/2021/2 to FCCC/PA/CMA/2021/4 and Addendum 1. I would like to thank the Chair of the Adaptation Fund Board, Mr. Matthias Broman from Sweden, and the members and alternate members of the Board for their hard work. I propose to establish a contact group to consider this item to be co-chaired by Mr. Ali Waqas Malik from Pakistan and Ms. Claudia Keller from Germany. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. Elections of the members and alternative members of the Adaptation Fund Board will be conducted during the closing CMP plenary. I now invite the CMP to consider Agenda Item 10, Report of the Compliance Committee. Parties may wish to refer to documents FCCC/KP/CMP/2020/3 and FCCC/KP/CMP/2021/5. I would like to thank the chairpersons of the committee, Mr. Mamadou Diobi Gaia from Senegal and Mr. Milan Zvara from Slovakia, for their leadership, and the members and alternative members for their hard work. I would like to propose that the CMP takes note of the reports of the Compliance Committee. I also propose that the CMP invites parties to make contributions to the Trust Fund for supplementary activities to support the work of the Compliance Committee in biennium 2022 to 2023. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. Election of the members and alternative members of both branches of the Compliance Committee will be conducted during the closing CMP plenary. I now invite the CMP to consider Agenda Item 11, Report on the High-Level Ministerial Roundtable on Increased Ambition of Kyoto Protocol Commitments. Consultations during CMP 15 on this matter reveal that views remain divergent on whether further work is needed under this agenda item. As parties were unable to conclude consideration on this matter, it has been included in the provisional agenda for CMP 16 in accordance with Rules 10C and Rule 16 of the draft rules of the procedure being applied. I propose to undertake consultations to be facilitated by David Moran of my delegation. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. Delegates, this brings us to the end of the first meeting of the CMP. I would now like to adjourn this meeting and open the CMA. This meeting of the CMP is now adjourned. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I now declare open the third session of the Conference of the Parties, serving as a meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement. We will now proceed with our work under Agenda Item 2, Organisational Matters. I invite the Conference to consider Sub-Item 2A of the Provisional Agenda, Adoption of the Agenda. With the understandings that I previously outlined in the first plenary meeting of the COP, I propose that the agenda be adopted as contained in document FCCC/PA/CMA/2021/1/Addendum 2. I see that Venezuela has requested the floor. Venezuela, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to make the same observation that I made for the agenda of the COP. If you can put in the register that Venezuela raised the issue regarding the necessity of having a space for the discussion of all the issues that are external elements, collateral affectation to the implementation of the Paris Agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that intervention. We will address the concerns as under the COP. I see that Timor-Leste has requested the floor. Timor-Leste, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks once again for giving me the floor. I would like to repeat what I have said when you opened the COP agenda item just a while ago. We do believe that the work done under the agenda item 7 of CMA will be reported back to both COP and also CMA. We do see that it will be facilitated by the SBI and SABSTA, but outcome of this consultation will be reported to both COP and also CMA. Thank you very much, and we support to adopt the agenda item.
Thank you for that. I acknowledge the concerns and, of course, will be addressed as outlined under the COP. So, Excellencies, delegates, I've heard your views, and hearing no further objections, it is so decided. Consultations to be undertaken by the senior member of my delegation on Agenda Item 7, Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage associated with climate change impacts, will be held jointly with the consultations on COP Agenda Item 7. Similarly, consultations to be held on Sub-Agenda Item 8A, matters relating to the Standing Committee on Finance, will be held jointly with consultations on COP Agenda Item 8B. Further, I will appoint senior members of my delegation to consult on the special needs and special circumstances of Africa and on the reporting and review pursuant to Article 13 of the Paris Agreement, provision of financial and capacity building support to developing countries. I will keep parties informed on the progress of the consultations. I invite the conference to consider sub-item 2B of the agenda, election of additional officers. Under the Paris Agreement, if any member of the Bureau represents a state that is not a party to the Paris Agreement, elections will be held for an additional member representing a party to the Paris Agreement. Vice President Mr. Mohamed Irfan Tariq will continue conducting consultations on this matter. I propose to return to this item at the closing plenary of the CMP to conduct the election of additional Bureau members if necessary. Please be reminded that the deadline for nominations is 8 p.m. on Saturday the 6th of November. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I now invite the conference to consider sub-item 2C, organisation of work, including the sessions of the subsidiary bodies. On the following items, the CMA will take appropriate action on the basis of recommendations from the subsidiary bodies. Sub-items A and B of item 4, matters related to adaptation. Item 5, methodological issues relating to the enhanced transparency framework for action and support referred to in Article 13 of the Paris Agreement. Item 7, Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage associated with climate change impacts. Sub-items A and B of item 9, development and transfer of technologies. Item 10, capacity building under the Paris Agreement. Item 11, report of the Forum on the impact of the implementation of response measures. Item 12, matters relating to Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. Sub-items A, B and C of item 14, administrative, financial and institutional matters. These items are already on the agendas of the respective subsidiary body, and that body may develop draft decisions or conclusions for consideration by the CMA as appropriate. In relation to Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, informal ministerial level work has been ongoing since July, guided by Minister Grace Fu of Singapore and former Minister Sveinung Rotevatn of Norway. It is my understanding that some aspects of the decisions for Article 6 in the Subster may require presidency consultations after the Subster, and I'm pleased that Minister Grace Fu of Singapore and Minister Espen Barth Eide of Norway have agreed to be ready to lead that ministerial engagement. I'm also aware that there may be related aspects under the item 6 of the CMP agenda relating to the CDM, and I would like to reassure parties that I will ensure smooth coordination amongst the different processes dealing with these matters. During the COP plenary, I presented proposals for the organisation of work. As all parties to the agreement are also parties to the Convention, I propose that the CMA follows the same approach as the COP. Distinguished delegates, I would like to take this opportunity to draw parties' attention to documents FCCC/PA/CMA/2021/8, Addendum 1 to 3, and Rev 1, nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement. These synthesis reports respond to the requests in paragraph 25 of Decision 1/CP21 and paragraph 10 of Decision 1/CMA2, where the Secretariat was requested to prepare a synthesis report and to make it available to this session. The synthesis reports, which are available on the UNFCCC website, aim to facilitate clarity, transparency and understanding of nationally determined contributions and can serve as useful inputs to your deliberations here in Glasgow. During the second week of the conference, we will reconvene the CMA to consider the decisions and conclusions for adoption. Hearing no objections, we will proceed on this basis. I now invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 2E, Status of Ratification of the Paris Agreement. As of 30th October 2021, 192 parties to the Convention have ratified the Paris Agreement. The most recent ratification was received from Turkey on the 11th of October, and Turkey will become a party to the Paris Agreement on the 10th of November 2021. I congratulate these parties and encourage other parties to ratify the Paris Agreement as soon as possible. I now invite the CMA to take note of this information and invite parties to the Convention to expedite their ratification. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I now invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 2E, Status of Ratification of the Paris Agreement. As of 30th October, Apologies. Let me restart. I now invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 6A, modalities and procedures for the operation and use of a public registry referred to in Article 4, paragraph 12 of the Paris Agreement. Parties may recall that CMA 1.3 adopted the modalities and procedures for the operation and use of the public registry referred to in Article 4, paragraph 12 of the Paris Agreement. The CMA is invited to consider and conclude whether the prototype of the public registry developed by the Secretariat conforms to the modalities and procedures for the operation and use of the public registry referred to in Article 4, paragraph 12 of the Paris Agreement. CMA 2 did not complete consideration of this matter. In accordance with Rules 10C and 16 of the Draft Rules of Procedure being applied, this sub-item has been included in the provisional agenda for this session. I propose to establish a contact group to be co-chaired by Ms. Emily Masawa from Kenya and Mr. Peter Wittock from Belgium. Sorry, may I ask, does any party seek the floor? Okay, well, hearing no objections, it is... Saudi Arabia seeks the floor. Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. President, congratulations on your appointment as a President for COP26. We look forward to working with you. Mr. President, I just wanted to tell you that you're going too fast on us, Mr. President. We are hardly able to catch up with the progress and the gaveling on the work that you're proposing. Good example of that, you just spoke about the synthesis report earlier that will be done by the Secretariat on the NDCs, and then you followed to say that you're going to propose decisions as a result of that. I wish to ask you, where was the mandate for you, Mr. President, to propose decisions for that? Perhaps I'm missing something, we're missing something. We want to make sure that whatever you are proposing is consistent with the previous COP decisions. The paragraph 25 of 1CP 21 does not suggest that we would take decisions. It just asks the Secretariat to put together the census report. It is up to us as parties at some point of time if we feel the need for decisions to be taken. But the way you propose it, Mr. President, that you are determined upfront to take decisions of which we're not clear of. So I would seek your clearance, your clarification on this before we move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that comment, and I apologise if we're going a little fast, but I would just refer again to what I said, which was that during the second week of the conference, we will reconvene the CMA to consider decisions and conclusions for adoption under the CMA. I hope that clarifies that point.
Mr. President, thank you so much, but that has no relation to the synthesis report that will be produced by the Secretariat. Are we all clear on that? You're not linking those considerations to the synthesis report that will be issued, perhaps the updated one by the Secretariat. We're open for considering decisions as we need to, but not to link it to the census report for the NDCs, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Sorry, please forgive me. We just want to consult for a minute. Sorry, if I can just confirm that, that the matter was not connected to the NDC synthesis report, but in fact refers to the totality of the work of the CMA. I was merely doing reference to the work programme that we have. I hope that clarifies the matter. So, colleagues, I'm now going to go back to agenda item 6A, which I spoke about earlier, and seeing that there are no further objections, it is so decided. I now invite the CMA to consider agenda item 6B, modalities and procedures for the operation and use of a public registry referred to in Article 7, paragraph 12 of the Paris Agreement. Parties may recall that CMA 1.3 decided to establish the public registry for adaptation communication referred to in Article 7, paragraph 12 of the Paris Agreement to contain adaptation communications submitted by parties in accordance with Article 7, paragraph 11 of the Paris Agreement. CMA 1.3 also decided to adopt the modalities and procedures for the operation and use of the public registry. The CMA is invited to consider and conclude whether the prototype of the public registry developed in accordance with the modalities and procedures for the operation and use of the public registry shall serve as the public registry referred to in Article 7, paragraph 12 of the Paris Agreement. CMA 2 did not complete consideration of this matter. In accordance with rules 10C and 16 of the draft rules of procedure being applied, this item has been included in the provisional agenda for this session. I propose to establish a contact group to be co-chaired by Ms. Emily Masawa from Kenya and Mr. Peter Wittek from Belgium. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I now invite the CMA to consider agenda item 8, matters relating to finance, including sub-items B to F. I would like to introduce all the sub-items, and then I will outline the overall approach in dealing with this agenda item. Regarding sub-item 8B, guidance to the Green Climate Fund, the CMA is invited to provide guidance to GCF on policies, programme priorities and eligibility criteria related to the Paris Agreement for transmission by the COP. Relevant information is contained in documents FCCC/CP/2020/5, FCCC/CP/2021/8, and FCCC/CP/2021/10, Addendum 3, through to FCCC/PA/CMA/2021/7, Addendum 3. Regarding sub-item 8C, guidance to the Global Environment Facility, the CMA is invited to provide guidance to the GF on policies, programme priorities and eligibility criteria related to the Paris Agreement for transmission by the COP. Relevant information is contained in documents FCCC/CP/2020/1 and Addendum 1, FCCC/CP/2021/9 and Addendum 1, FCCC/CP/2021/10, Addendum 3 to FCCC/PA/CMA/2021/7, Addendum 3. Regarding sub-item 8D, matters relating to the Adaptation Fund, the CMA is invited to provide guidance to the Adaptation Fund Board and to consider any recommendations from the CMP. Relevant information is contained in documents FCCC/KP/CMP/2020/2 to FCCC/PA/CMA/2020/2 and FCCC/KP/CMP/2021/2 to FCCC/PA/CMA/2021/4 and Addendum 1. Regarding sub-item 8E, new collective quantified goal on climate finance, the CMA is invited to initiate deliberations on the new collective quantified goal. Regarding sub-item 8F, compilation and synthesis of and summary report on the in-session workshop on biennial communications of information related to Article 9, Paragraph 5 of the Paris Agreement. The CMA is invited to consider the compilation and synthesis of biennial communications and the summary report on the 2021 in-session workshop. Relevant information is contained in the FCCC/PA/CMA/2021/3 and FCCC/PA/CMA/2021/5. I would now like to outline the approach for considering these agenda sub-items. Item 8B and 8C will be undertaken in the contact group established for COP agenda item 8C and D, co-chaired by Ambassador Diane Black-Lane from Antigua and Barbuda and Mr. Toru Sugio from Japan. Item 8D will be undertaken in the contact group established for the CMP agenda item 7A, co-chaired by Mr. Ali Waqas Malik from Pakistan and Ms. Claudia Keller from Germany. For sub-item 8E, I propose that Ms. Uti Honkatukia from Finland and Mr. Zahir Fakir from Egypt co-chair the contact group established for the sub-item. Sub-item 8F will be undertaken in the contact group established for the COP agenda item 8F, co-chaired by Mr. Georg Borsting from Norway and Mr. Carlos Fuller from Belize. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I now invite the conference to consider sub-item 9C of the agenda. First, periodic assessment referred to in paragraph 69 of decision 1/CP21. The CMA1 adopted the scope and the modalities for the periodic assessment of the effectiveness and adequacy of the support provided to the technology mechanism in supporting the implementation of the Paris Agreement on matters relating to technology development and transfer. The CMA1 also decided to initiate the first periodic assessment in 2021 in accordance with the scope and modalities in the annex to decision 16/CMA1 with a view to completing the first periodic assessment in 2022. The CMA is invited to initiate the first periodic assessment. I propose to establish an informal consultation to consider this item to be co-chaired by Gabriela Fischerova from Slovakia and Ms. Dudi Zila Nangatwa Masina from Eswatini. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. Delegates, this brings us to the end of our first meeting of the CMA. Before I adjourn this meeting, I would like to pay special tribute to our partners for COP26, Italy, and their hosting of the pre-COP in Milan. The meeting of the CMA is now adjourned.
wasn't necessarily covered by all international outlets, but this was a cyclone that flooded Indonesia, killing hundreds of people. And I don't want to leave out the Siberian wildfires that started burning in April and have continued up through October. And by the way, the carbon that was emitted in these fires is more than double that of 2020, more than double. There was also flooding in July in some of our major metropolitan areas. I myself can speak to this as a New Yorker. Many of our subways were flooded.
For me to welcome you all to the United Nations Climate Change Conference COP26 here in Glasgow. I'm here with Alok Sharma, the newly elected COP President, and Patricia Espinosa, Executive Secretary of UN Climate Change. The COP President will give a few remarks, followed by the Executive Secretary, and then we will have time for your questions. Without further ado, Co-President, you have the floor.
Great. Well, thank you very much, and thank you for coming. I'm very pleased to say that COP26 is now formally opened, and I have formally taken on the role of COP President. And I am very aware of the responsibility that is being placed upon me in this role, and I certainly do not underestimate the challenge, both on a personal level, but for all of us. Now, countries have been keen to impress on me during the last few days and months that they are committed to success here in Glasgow, and I remain hopeful. We have come a long way since we took on the COP26 presidency role. Even whilst navigating the COVID-19 pandemic, the world has increased its commitments to climate change. When the UK took on the COP presidency, less than 30% of the global economy was covered by a net zero target. That figure is now 80% and climbing. There's analysis which suggests that before Paris, we were heading towards 6 degrees of global warming. The commitments that were obtained in Paris bent the temperature curve to below 4 degrees, and recent reports from the IEA and from UNEP suggest that if countries deliver on all the commitments that they have made, we have then bent the curve further towards 2 degrees. And under our presidency, developed nations have now set out how they will meet their commitment to provide $100 billion a year of climate finance to developing nations. And during, of course, the opening plenary, we also adopted the COP26 agenda. And I have to say that we do have an unprecedented negotiations agenda, and I have called on negotiators to make as much progress as possible on the technical elements before ministers engage during the second week. And I think we all understand that time is of the essence. And so at COP26, I'm calling on countries to work together to mobilize finance, to increase action to adapt to climate impacts, to complete the Paris rulebook after 6 years, and accelerate action this decade to keep 1.5 degrees within reach. And I hope at the World Leaders Summit on the 1st and 2nd of November, we will see further commitments that help build the confidence and conviction that we can keep global warming limited towards 1.5 degrees. In parallel, as you will be aware, the G20 is reaching its conclusions. And throughout my presidency, I have championed the position of the climate vulnerable countries, the developing nations, and I have called for the G20 to play their part. Ultimately, this is a group of nations that represents 80% of global emissions, and therefore, whilst we all must play our part, they can make, or indeed break, the hope of keeping 1.5 within reach. I have to say I am cautiously hopeful about what I'm hearing from Rome, but we'll see where the discussions and deliberations end up. I know the discussions have not been easy. Climate action is a large and complex challenge, and one meeting, so whether it's the G20 or indeed a COP, isn't going to be able to address everything. But countries are clear-sighted on the urgency of the science, and the need to accelerate action this decade is firmly on the agenda for leaders and negotiators here in Glasgow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hand over to the Executive Secretary, please.
Thank you very much. And I will not repeat what has been so well said by the COP President. Let me start by expressing on behalf of UN Climate Change Secretariat, but I believe also on behalf of the wider membership of the Conference of the Parties, our deep gratitude for the incredible work that the UK government has deployed in order to allow us to be here meeting today in person. This is really the first big UN gathering after the pandemic started. So it is really significant. And in this regard, I also want to thank all of you for being here. I am conscious that for you it was also not easy to travel here and to go through all the different processes that are needed in order to ensure that we have a safe and healthy environment for us all. So thank you for being here, and thank you for your continuous interest in allowing us to spread the word of what we are doing here. I want also to mention this morning the Minister of Environment of Chile. She made her statement, her final statement, handing over the presidency to President Alok Sharma. So it was also a very important and I would say also maybe an emotional moment. She has held the longest presidency ever in our process for very specific circumstances. So we are here, yes, in a very crucial moment. We have different signals. On the one side, the presence here of 120 leaders, it just indicates how much the issue of climate change is really at the top of the priority at the highest level. So that is, I would say, reassuring. That's really important that we register that. On the other hand, it is true, we know that we are still far from where we need to be to say confidently that we will reach the 1.5 degrees goal by the end of the century. However, the science also tells us that it is still within our reach. So I would say, if you ask me, why are you optimistic? I think that from what we are learning and seeing, we know that this transformation can happen, that there are the tools, there are instruments, there are solutions. It is a question of time. And also on how we manage to replicate those solutions at the speed that is required, so that in this decade, which is crucial, we can get to be confident about achieving the 1.5 degree goal. So I I have seen the delegation. I came here to Glasgow actually a week ago, and I've been meeting with different groups and negotiators. So I can tell you, I see, yes, there are differences of views, but what is reassuring is that I see a unity of purpose. People really wanting to work together in order to achieve a successful outcome here at COP26. Now, it's difficult. Yes, it is going to be difficult. But remember, some years ago, we were still discussing really whether this was what we needed to do. We were still discussing whether there was, or actually not even discussing, there were many who thought that there is a path to development that is not sustainable. So they thought they had a choice between sustainable development or not. Today, this is not the case. So I think we have made progress, but yes, as the co-president has mentioned, we have a huge task ahead of us. But I can tell you that we will be working alongside and under the leadership of the co-president to support parties in succeeding by the 12th of November, when I hope we all can go home and be happy about the results.
Thank you very much, Executive Secretary. We now take questions, so if I may ask you here in the room to raise your hands. On the virtual platform, please do the same. Use the raise hand function, and I will find you and I will call you up, and then you will be brought into the room here. Let me start here, first row.
Seth Borenstein, Associated Press. From Ms. Espinosa, the G20, there are some who said there was a failure of leadership, that there was no big push that came out, maybe a little small push. How would you characterize what came out, especially considering what some considered a weak NDC from China? Are you starting this COP with only a small amount of momentum, and how will that affect negotiations? Does it hurt negotiations not getting that big push?
Well, I have to say that I have not yet had a chance to look in detail to the outcome of the G20. But yes, and you may have heard me before saying that, as the President has just said, G20 really has a very important role to play. And our NDC synthesis report indicates that we are not there. We are looking at ways of updating it further in order to bring in at least be able to highlight what are what is their last assessment with those NDCs that just came, including the one from China. I think, yes, very frankly, we are not where we need to be. And I think that's something that we need to be very honest about. We are seeing that altogether, our assessment indicates around 16% of increase of emissions by 2030, while we should be getting to a decrease of 45%. That is a fact. Now, what I do see, and I engage very intensely with G20 countries, including China, and probably especially China, is that there is a strong determination to really fulfill the commitments that they are making. And so China is now saying that they will be peaking their emissions before 2030. Of course, I hope that they can succeed and we can encourage them to come to bring that date forward as much as possible. And in some cases also, knowing the realities of some of these countries, it is no doubt challenging. These huge populations, very complex social, cultural, political realities. Nobody is really, we cannot think that the transformation will happen from one day to the other. But what we do want to see is that there is the utmost effort made every day. And for that, I think that we need to go into the next phase of our work, hopefully with a very successful outcome here, in constantly looking for areas of opportunity to increase the ambitions under the NDCs.
Thank you. Next question, the lady in the first row, please.
Thank you. Ivana Kotosova from CNN. Mr. President, how has the energy crisis affected your expectations coming into this COP? Specifically, what is your ambition on the end of coal? We are hearing from Rome that several large countries are pushing very hard against a specific date for the end of coal use. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I think the first thing to say is that obviously the energy issues that we're facing are of international nature. However, I think what we also need to look at what needs to happen over the next few years in the medium term as well in terms of decarbonising our economies and our power sectors. And I've certainly been encouraged by the moves by many countries to make a big push on renewables. We mentioned China earlier. China now in its NDC has put a target of renewables by 2030 of 1,200 gigawatts. We see similar significant targets in countries like India, which wants to get to 450 gigawatts by 2030 as well. I think what these recent events have shown is that we need to accelerate the move to clean power. We have an Energy Transition Council, which we've set up as part of the work on COP26. There are a significant number of governments represented on that, and the intention of that is to find common solutions and, of course, also support countries as part of their energy transition. On the issue of coal, I said at the start of when I took on this role as COP President-designate that we wanted to make COP26 the COP that we had to consign coal power to history. And I would just say to all colleagues here that what has happened over the past months, I think, has been quite remarkable in terms of the commitments to end international coal financing. So I co-chaired the meeting of G7 energy and climate and energy environment ministers back in May. We had a historic commitment then that all the G7 nations would no longer finance international coal. South Korea has made the same commitment. I visited South Korea on 2 occasions. This was a topic for discussion. And then, of course, you have seen China very significantly state at the UN General Assembly, President Xi Jinping stated that China would also be ending international coal financing. And if this press conference had been taking place a year ago, and I had said to you that that is how far we would have come, I suspect you might have been skeptical. But that is where we are, and I think we are at this point where, when it comes to international coal financing, we are consigning coal to history. Let's see what comes out of the G20 in terms of domestic coal. I've always said that every country starts from a different energy mix, but ultimately pushing forward on clean power is something that benefits each country individually and us collectively as an international community.
Thank you. Thais, the lady here in the first row, please.
Thais Lara from Redacción in Argentina. For the president of the COP, during the pre-COP, Argentina and other countries present the proposal to create a committee to define the financial architecture to mobilize the necessary climate finance. I would like to know the position of the COP presidency on that and if it's going to be considered during these weeks. And also, we know there's rules regarding the pandemic that we need to follow, but how the transparency and inclusion of the process will be guaranteed for the people in person during these 2 weeks. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. May I just make a overall point on climate finance? Because, of course, the 100 billion has become very much a totemic figure, and it's become a matter of trust for developing nations particularly. And that's why I was extremely keen that we look to put together a delivery plan on the 100 billion. And I'm very grateful to Minister Jochen Flashbart from the German government and Minister Jonathan Wilkinson from the Canadian government for the very good work that they did together with the UK presidency in putting together the delivery plan. Alongside that delivery plan, the OECD also published an analysis report, which is pretty detailed, and if colleagues have not yet seen it, I would certainly suggest that you have a look at it. What that delivery plan sets out is that the 100 billion will be met, I think, with some confidence in 2023, and then over the period 2021 to 2025, 500 billion plus will be mobilized. And the reason that I say with some confidence, and in fact we may get there earlier, because there is still an opportunity for developed countries, for donor nations, for the multilateral development banks to come forward with further commitments as well. But the reason I say that I think we will get there with some confidence is that some of the assumptions that have been used in terms of the numbers produced by the OECD are quite conservative. For instance, on the private sector mobilization coming off the public finance. And I completely understand the reason for the projections that they have used. However, as I said, I think the delivery plan does show some confidence in terms of this quantum being delivered. Of course, as I said when we held a press conference on this delivery plan, I am disappointed that it seems unlikely that the 100 billion will have been met in 2020. We don't yet have the figures. They will come next year from the OECD, but we do know the figures for 2021, just under 80 billion. And if you look at the delivery plan, the 100 billion is not likely to be met in 2021. And that obviously is a matter for disappointment, but I do think the fact that from 2023 onwards, the 100 billion will be met, I think is positive. However, I'm also conscious of the fact that what matters is not just the quantum, but also the mix between adaptation and mitigation. And I've said very publicly in the past that what we cannot have is adaptation being seen as the poor cousin of mitigation going forward. There is a champions group of countries which is looking for more balance between adaptation and mitigation finance, and I hope other countries will join that. And also there is the issue of access to finance. I know that's particularly important for many developing nations. Back in March, I hosted a meeting of donor nations as well as developing countries and multilateral agencies. It was a climate and development ministerial that we held in March, and coming out of that was a task force that was set up jointly chaired by Fiji and the UK. We will be making further announcements on some pilot projects that will flow from that work, which I hope will also support the emphasis of improving access to finance. And sorry, just on the issue of, I think, transparency and people being able to see the work that is going on here. I mean, I want to thank Patricia for acknowledging the big efforts that have been made by the UK government, by my team, some of them are here, in putting together this event on a physical basis. And obviously, this is not a normal COP. As you can see, we're sitting here with masks on, there's social distancing, there is regular cleaning of rooms, we have daily testing regimes, and of course, the reason we have done that is twofold. One is, for me, it was vitally important that we have a physical meeting where every country is able to sit at the same table, the biggest emitters, together with the smallest nations, those in the front line of climate change, to be able to look each other in the eye as part of this negotiation. And the second reason is that for introducing these measures and continuing with a physical event is because we wanted to ensure that it was a safe event for everyone coming, but also for the people of Glasgow. I will ask Patricia, if she wouldn't mind, to talk a little bit about how we are organising the access to the negotiating rooms and also what scope there is in terms of virtual viewing of the work that is ongoing.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And regarding this point about transparency and inclusion, you know that in our process, this has been one of the key principles to guide our process, that everybody needs to be included, everybody's voice, not only parties, by the way, but also other stakeholders. Now, as the President has just said, the fact is that we are meeting in very extraordinary circumstances. We have never organized a conference under circumstances similar. Nothing. I mean, if you would have told me when I got this job in 2016 that we would be organizing a conference in this kind of situation, I would have thought that's impossible. So it is challenging, and I have to say, just like you, I think we are all trying to work out solutions while progressing and work out ways of making things happen. So one of the big challenges is the fact that while we have very big rooms, we have a very, very reduced capacity in the rooms. And you may know that in our process, sometimes the negotiation rooms get packed, people standing, some people even sitting on the floor. That happens. And this is something that we cannot allow to happen in the current circumstances. That is something that is not possible. So, looking at the other challenge that we have is that we have a huge agenda. We are taking up mandates that were to be delivered in 2020, in 2021, and also those that were left pending from Madrid. So that means we really have a lot of work and very little time. We could not have negotiations before we came here. We did a lot of work, as many of you may know, virtually, but not negotiations. So we are faced with restrictions of capacity, not space, because really the spaces are incredible, but capacity of the rooms, and second, just an incredible amount of issues that need to be addressed. So that means that we need to try to take advantage of, fully take advantage of the fact that in the process we are allowed, let's say, parties have decided that there can be no more than 6 simultaneous negotiating process. So that means that we are trying to get those six process to be functioning permanently. And this is where then the restriction for access for in numbers, not for delegations, but the numbers. The biggest, for example, the biggest negotiating room has a capacity of 144, 72 persons at the table and 72 in the back. That is not enough. We have 193 parties now. So that is literally not enough. And then we have also the stakeholders, which we want to have included. We went through a lot of work with the UK colleagues in order to find also technical solutions in linking rooms so that while rooms would not be physically integrated, but they would be virtually integrated and allow people to also participate even if sitting in another room. So we are looking at all those different possibilities. You may have heard that we were exploring a possible ticketing system. We have heard a lot of reactions to that. We take all of that very seriously into account. So we are trying to find the best possible solution. We have told parties we are absolutely open to their proposals, and I do hope that, I do believe that later on today we will offer a possible solution, at least to try. And then, of course, if it doesn't work, we will need to go back and look at it again. But just to underline, the commitment with inclusiveness, inclusivity, and really transparency is absolutely there.
Thank you. In the interest of time, we don't have much time more, but the gentleman in row 3 here, over there, is next. And then the gentleman in row 4, you had your hand up for some time.
Hello, I have another question. Alistair Thompson from Scoop Media, New Zealand. My question is about finance as well, and it addresses the question of sufficiency of the 100 billion in relation to the need. That seems to be grossly insufficient, and also when compared with the enormous amount of funding which was deployed to save the economies of America and Europe, it seems very, very small.
Thank you for that question. And obviously, the $100 billion goal was first talked about in 2009, and then it was reiterated in 2015 in Paris. I mean, what I would say is that I think we all understand that the $100 billion is a significant amount of money. However, report after report that we've seen internationally suggests that we're going to have to mobilize trillions of dollars a year to support the transformation of economies around the world. And I think this is where the private sector has a real role to play. And you will know that Mark Carney, who is Prime Minister Boris Johnson's private finance envoy when it comes to COP, has been working with colleagues in the UK government and others to ensure that we can mobilize the trillions of dollars from the private sector. Around a 100 trillion has been mobilized in the sense that the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, which requires those who hold the finance to go to effectively net zero by 2050, that has been, there is around $100 trillion committed to that. Now, the issue is that how do you then connect that money to supporting developing countries? and there is a stream of work that is ongoing as part of the GFAN's work overall to look to see how private sector money can be mobilized better and more effectively in developing nations. And I do think that's very much part of the solution. I mean, if I may use a UK example, we in the UK have built the biggest offshore wind sector in the world over a relatively short period of time. And we are looking to quadruple the size of our offshore wind sector to 40 gigawatts by 2030. And the reason that we have been able to grow this so quickly is because we have also introduced various revenue mechanisms which have allowed the private sector to invest. And I think this is one way how countries that have achieved and have managed to get private sector investment in can also pass on that information, that knowledge sharing, that support to developing countries. So in summary terms, absolutely, to be able to do the transformational effects that we want across the global economy, it will require trillions, but I do think the private sector is wanting to and willing to step up to the plate. I suspect we will hear further announcements over these coming days from the private sector as well.
The gentleman here in row 4.
Jonathan Levy, Radio News Hub. I was at the Conference for Youth last night, attended by both the President and the Executive Secretary. They were very emotional and stated that this conference holds lives in their hands. Do you feel that pressure, and what do you say in response to those young people here and around the world today?
Well, I obviously we were both there, and Patricia will of course answer for herself. But there was a lot of energy in that room, and quite rightly, there was a challenge to me, there was a challenge to world leaders holding us to account. You know, we had a Youth for Climate event in Milan as well, which our Italian friends organised as part of pre-COP. And you know, it was very clear that young people are very worried about
Substar, and Ms. Stella Gama from Malawi, rapporteur of the Substar. I also would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the government of the United Kingdom and the people of Scotland and the city of Glasgow to make this conference possible. I'm very pleased to be with you all here. The past 2 years have been very special since we had no chance to convene in person, resulting in the fact that a lot of work has piled up and which is in front of us to be dealt with during this session. Our work here in Glasgow must be guided by the window of opportunity to combat climate change, which is closing rapidly, and I would like to urge parties to keep this in mind during these negotiations. Let us now move to the adoption of our agenda and then to the organization and launching of our work. I see that there is a request for the floor. Ukraine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before we get to the adoption of the agenda of Substar 5255, the delegation of Ukraine proposes to defer the consideration of the agenda sub-item 18B until the Secretariat makes respective amendments to the documents prepared by the Secretariat under this agenda sub-item, namely FCCC/ARR/2020/IUS, referred to in the document FCCC/Substar/2020/inf.3. The nature of inaccuracies committed are known to the Secretariat and were voiced by the delegation of Ukraine at the SBI 5255 sessions under agenda items 3A, 3B, and 3C. I would like to ask this to include the statement in the report of this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ukraine, for your intervention. So I believe this is how we should proceed. We should adopt our agenda and then go into organizational of work. And then when we go item by item, then we can defer that specific item referred. So if this is agreeable with you, I will advise that we proceed in that manner so that your point can be well taken at the adequate time. Thank you very much for your flexibility, Ukraine. So I now invite parties to turn to item 2, organizational matters, sub-items A, adoption of the agenda. The provisional agenda is contained in document FCCC/SUBSTA/2021/2. In addition, you will have heard that the COP and the CMA at their opening plenaries referred some matters to the SUBSTA. These matters will be considered by the SUBSTA under the relevant agenda items. May I now invite the SUBSTA to adopt the provisional agenda contained in document FCCC/SUBSTA/2021/2. I hear no objections. It is so decided. I now invite parties to turn to item 2, organizational matters, sub-item B, organization of the work of the session. Distinguished colleagues, it is my intention to take up all items on our agenda this afternoon and launch our work. I will invite under relevant agenda items the chairs, co-chairs, or representatives of constituted bodies to provide a brief oral report on the outcomes of their work thus far. We will also make these reports available on the SUBSTA website. After launching work of all items, we will hear, as was done at past sessions of the SUBSTA, statements by intergovernmental organizations, and then adjourn this plenary meeting. Upon the conclusion of the opening plenaries of the SUBSTA and the SBI, a joint plenary meeting of all governing and subsidiary bodies will be convened to hear statements from groups, parties, and representatives of civil society. Statements will be made available on the respective websites as soon as they are provided. Dear colleagues, I have laid out the proposed approach to our work at the SUBSTA session in my scenario note issued on October the 8th and discussed this approach with parties during my pre-sessional consultations. As I have assured everyone, the work of the SUBSTA will continue to be conducted in an open, transparent, and inclusive manner throughout the session. I encourage parties in all negotiating groups, once we are moving into our substantive work, to allow the meetings to be open to observers to follow the discussions, with the understanding that meetings can be closed at any time. I thank all groups for their support. During my pre-sessional consultations with group, a point has been raised regarding our current practice to establish negotiations groups in the form of either contact groups or informal consultations. I have assured parties that the SUBSTA chair is not introducing any new methodology here. Most negotiations groups that I will propose to establish under different agenda items, either as contact group or informal consultations, are the same as they were established during the past sessions. The outcomes of work of these contact groups and informal consultations will be presented in the same manner for consideration and adoption by the SUBSTA closing plenary on Saturday, November the 6th, as was done in the past. I seek support from all parties to proceed with the current practice at this session. To ensure that draft conclusions are available and translated in all official UN languages in time for the closing plenary, all texts will need to be finalized by the negotiations groups as early as possible, with the last ones being finalized no later than lunchtime on Friday, November the 5th. The SUBSTA will hold its closing plenary on Saturday, November the 6th, to consider all draft conclusions that are due for adoption and recommend any draft decisions for consideration and adoption by COP26, CMP16, and or CMA3. We will then consider agenda item 20, closure of and report on the session. I'm glad that parties have expressed their interest to participate in the events that will be organized under the substat throughout this week on matters relevant to our work at the session. Updated information will be also available throughout the session via the daily program and CCTV. We will also apply strict COVID-19 mitigation measures to ensure that the health of the participants is being protected to the extent possible. Please also note that in order to accommodate the mandatory 15-minute long cleaning between meetings and to allow groups sufficient time for coordination as well as for lunch, negotiating blocks will be adjusted to 10 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. and 3:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. With this, I will now move to taking up the items on our agenda in order of the agenda and start launching our work. May I take it that the substat agrees to proceed on this basis? I hear no objection. It is so decided. I now invite parties to turn to item 2, organizational matters, sub-item C, election of officers other than the chair. In accordance with Rule 27 of the draft rules of procedures being applied, the substat shall elect its vice chair and rapporteur. I would like to inform delegates that consultations on the nominations of the vice chair and the rapporteur of the substat are being coordinated with the consultations on elections for Convention, Kyoto Protocol, and Paris Agreement bodies. Please note that Mr. Kakaberi Divan, the vice chair, and Ms. Stella Gama, the rapporteur, remain in office until the election of vice chair and rapporteur. I propose to return to this item during the closing plenary on Saturday, the 6th of November. Can I take it that parties are in agreement with this approach? I hear no objection. It is so decided. I now invite parties to turn to item 2, organizational matters, sub-item D, mandated events. I would like to draw your attention to the following mandated events that are taking place in conjunction with this session. The 6th meeting of the Facilitative Working Group of the Local Communities and Indigenous Peoples Platform, the LCIP. A meeting and multi-stakeholder workshop with indigenous knowledge holders under the LCIP. The 14th Nairobi Work Programme Focal Point Forum on Biodiversity and Climate Change Adaptation. The 5th meeting of the Katowice Committee of Experts on the impacts of the implementation of response measures. The 2nd meeting of the Structured Expert Dialogue under the 2nd Periodic Review of the Long-Term Global Goal. And last but not least, Earth Information Day 2021. I will briefly come back to these events when we turn to the relevant agenda items. I invite the substat to take note of the information that I have just provided. Thank you. I now invite parties to turn to item 3, Nairobi Work Programme on Impacts, Vulnerability and Adaptation to Climate Change. To facilitate consideration of this item, I would like to propose to convene informal consultations, and I would like to invite Mr. Carlos Fuller from Belize and Ms. Alexandra Sgobi from the EU to facilitate this work. The outcome of the work will be presented for consideration by the substat on Saturday, November the 6th. I hear no objection. It is so decided. I would like to thank the co-facilitators for accepting this role. The first meeting of the group is planned for tomorrow, Monday, November the 1st, in the late afternoon. Please consult CCTV and daily program for confirmation of date and time and details on the room number. I would also like to encourage interested parties, organizations and experts to participate in the 14th meeting of the Nairobi Work Programme Focal Point Forum, which focuses on biodiversity and climate change adaptation and will take place on Wednesday, November the 3rd at 6 p.m. I now invite parties to turn to item 4, report of the Adaptation Committee. In its annual reports, the Adaptation Committee updates the COP through SBSTA and SBI on the status of its work in implementing its flexible 3-year work plan. I would like to invite Ms. Alessandra Sgobi, co-chair of the Adaptation Committee, to provide an overview of the work of the committee over the past 2 years. Alessandra, you have the floor.
Is it working? Yeah, okay, great. Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to take the floor on behalf of the Adaptation Committee. I thank the committee, my co-chair, all the constituted bodies and the experts with whom we had the pleasure to work with over the past 2 years for the very good cooperation. Despite the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Adaptation Committee has been able to complete all activities contained in our current 3-year work plan, which covers the years 2019 to 2021. To highlight a few, we successfully delivered a technical paper on data for adaptation at different spatial and temporal scales, the concluding technical expert meetings under the technical examination process on adaptation, which mobilized an unprecedented number of young people across the world, an information paper on linkages between mitigation and adaptation, a report on how developing countries are addressing climate change hazards, which is intended to contribute to the recognition of efforts of developing countries, a paper on capacity gaps in accessing adaptation funding, 5 issues of the Adaptation Funding Finance Bulletin, an event on monitoring and evaluating the impacts of adaptation action and communicating the results. I'm also pleased to report that our work on the CMA mandates is progressing steadily and that we were able to conclude our consideration of approaches to review the overall progress on the global goal on adaptation. I would like to invite you to consult the AC's technical paper on the subject, which is available on the AC's landing page. The Adaptation Committee also agreed on a new and ambitious work plan for the next 3 years, which is attached to our 2021 annual report. Please consult our reports for the years 2020 and 2021 for more details of the AC's progress in the past 2 years. I would like to invite you to our side event on Wednesday, the 3rd of November at 1:15 p.m., where we will present the highlights of our work in the last 5 years, and we will also touch on the details on some of the deliverables I have just mentioned. I thank you.
Thank you, Alessandra, for your brief report. And I would like to commend the Adaptation Committee on its achievements made during these past 2 years. I would like to recall that the COP and the CMA in their opening plenaries this morning referred the following matters to the SBSTA and the SBI. COP Agenda Item 6, Report of the Adaptation Committee for 2019, 2020 and 2021, including the review of the progress, effectiveness and performance of the Adaptation Committee, and CMA Agenda Item 4, Matters related to adaptation, with sub-items A and B. Report of the Adaptation Committee for 2019 and 2020, report of the Adaptation Committee for 2021, and the work on the global goal on adaptation. To facilitate the consideration of these matters, the SBI Chair and I propose to convene informal consultations, and we would like to invite Ms. Leanne Roper from Jamaica and Mr. Paul Watkinson from France to facilitate this work. The outcome of the work will be presented for consideration by the SBSTA on Saturday, November the 6th. I hear no objection. It is so decided. I would like to thank the co-facilitators for accepting this role. The first meeting of the group is planned for tomorrow, Monday, November the 1st at 12:30 p.m. Please consult CCTV and the daily program for confirmation and details on the room number. I now invite parties to turn to item 5, report of the Executive Committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage associated with climate change impacts for 2020 and 2021. I would like to invite Ms. Leanne Roper, Chair of the Executive Committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage, to briefly present an update on the work of the committee. Leanne, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, colleagues. Thank you, Chair, for giving me the opportunity to update you and the Substa on the work of the Executive Committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage, or the EXCOM, for 2020 and 2021. The EXCOM successfully held its 11th, 12th, 13th and 14th meetings virtually in the last 2 years. And at this session, the EXCOM presents reports of its progress between November 2029 and October 2021. Despite the COVID-19 crisis, the EXCOM advanced its mandated work steadily under all work streams to respond to the robust outcomes of the second review of the WIM undertaken in Madrid, which entrusted the committee to launch 3 new expert groups in addition to continuing the efforts of the existing 2 thematic groups. I am happy to report that the EXCOM now has 5 expert groups operational, covering all the strategic work streams of its 5-year rolling work plan. And 65 specialists are mobilized via these expert groups to assist developing countries in averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage. The terms of reference of the 3 new expert groups are contained in our report for 2020, and their plans of action are contained in the 2021 report. Through one of our new expert groups focusing on action and support this year, the EXCOM for the first time provided the Standing Committee on Finance with input related to the draft guidance to the operating entities of the financing mechanism. The EXCOM also for the first time engaged with national loss and damage contact points and other stakeholders through outreach events held in September this year. It provided valuable experiences, and we decided to hold this outreach activity annually. I will also add that we have been engaging widely as well, and we had a collaboration with the tech to prepare a policy brief looking at loss and damage technologies for coastal areas. The EXCOM has also prepared the annotated outline of its synthesis report to contribute to the global stocktake. We look forward to submitting our report in time for the technical assessment of the first GST. Before I conclude, let me announce that the EXCOM will hold a side event on November 4 at 1:30 p.m. GMT to showcase its progress in more detail. We will also discuss further opportunities for collaboration with broader communities of practice. On behalf of the EXCOM, I would like to thank all those who contributed in various ways to the work of the committee thus far. Please rest assured that the EXCOM will continue to count on your collaboration and support in the future. Chair, I thank you.
Thank you, Leanne. In order to facilitate the work of both the Substa and SBI, I've consulted with the SBI chair, and we have agreed to convene informal consultations to consider issues of common interest. On this joint agenda item, the SBI chair and I would like to propose these informal consultations to be co-facilitated by Cornelia Jagger from Austria and Kishan Kurma Singh from Trinidad and Tobago. The outcome of their work will be presented for consideration by the SBI and Substa at the closing plenary meetings. We look forward to parties successfully concluding their deliberations on the annual reports of the committee for 2020 and 2021 and making recommendations for consideration and adoption by the appropriate body or bodies by Saturday, November the 6th, when the subsidiary bodies close. I hear no objection. It is so decided. I would like to thank co-facilitators for accepting this role. The first meeting of the group is planned for tomorrow, Monday, November the 1st, at 11:15 a.m. Please consult CCTV and the daily program for confirmation and details on the room number. Let us now move to item 6, Local Communities and Indigenous Peoples platform. I would like to invite Hindu Umaru Ibrahim and Thomas Cameron, co-chairs of the Facilitative Working Group of the Local Communities and Indigenous Peoples platform. They will both provide a short update on their work and have 1 minute each. Hindu Umaru Ibrahim, you have the floor. I'm sorry, Hindu, can you hold, please? I have a request for the floor from Solomon Islands.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I'd like to return to the previous agenda item. I think you're a little bit quick in approving the process on the way forward. We're grateful for the report for the WIM Executive Committee, but we do note in the annotated agenda for this item, paragraph 27, which refers to the Subsidiary SBI will invited to consider the 2020 and 2021 reports of the Executive Committee and recommend a draft decision to the appropriate body or bodies. We believe this annotation is incorrect and we continue to have this problem of annotations. We're very disappointed that we have this confusion over the annotation of how this body should address the Warsaw mechanism. We've already made our concerns known to the COP president on this matter. We believe that this should be jointly considered by the CMA and the COP jointly, and that there should be a joint decision on these matters. We do express concern that there is this issue about whether it's a body or bodies. We firmly believe that it should be the report of the Substa and SBI should go to both to the COP and the CMA. And we like to seek your assurance that that will take place. That any draft decision coming out of the Substa SBI will be transmitted to both the COP and the CMA, and that there is no question about this approach. We believe this is a party-driven process. It's not a secretariat-driven process, and we continue to be disappointed with the annotations that come up on this issue, by which we believe is a legal interpretation which is wrong and does not reflect the views of parties. And the least developed countries have written to the Executive Secretary expressing our concern about this inappropriate interpretation in these annotations. So I would respectfully request to you that in consideration of this agenda item, that you refer the matters, any decision coming out of this joint work of SBI and Substa to go to both the COP and the CMA. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Solomon Island, and I think your concern is duly noted. You will have heard that the COP president announced at the COP opening plenary this morning that he will be convening presidency's consultations on COP item 7 on Warsaw International Mechanism and CMA 7 item. So what I could recommend here, because I'm not in a position to give you the assurance you are asking, I think that we here should really encourage parties to focus on the content of the draft decisions, text under the SB's joint item, and then we'll see where the reporting must be done. So the ongoing consultations, I will encourage us to look at how they're going to develop and they're going to evolve, while we can concentrate on substantive elements, and then we'll see how the reporting can be done. I hope that Solomon Island can be amenable to the proposed approach. Thank you. Thank you very much for the flexibility. And sorry for rushing through the gaveling of the the decision. I will give more time for parties to react in the future. So let's go back to the report by the Local Communities and Indigenous Peoples platform, and let me go to the first co-chair of one of the co-chairs of the facilitative working group, Hindu Umaru Ibrahim, to give us a brief report on the work they've been able to achieve. So, Hindu, the floor is over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon. I'm very happy to be back with you in person after so a long time. We all know that climate change is a common concern of humanity. For that reason, and to stabilize the global climate system, peoples urgently need to work together and reorient how society interacts with nature. And that is all about the facilitative working group. How can parties bring together people and their experiences toward achieving the ultimate objective of the Convention and the Paris Agreement? By engaging with indigenous peoples and local communities who steward and regenerate nature, parties could unlock sustainable and resilient way to meet the Paris Agreement commitment and reverse biodiversity decline. I now pass the floor to my co-chair, Thomas, to continue. Thank you.
Thomas, over to you.
Great. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Co-Chair. Decisions under the Convention have acknowledged the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, as well as safeguards for the knowledge of Indigenous peoples and local knowledge systems. The COP here established the Local Communities and Indigenous Peoples platform to exchange experiences and good practices for the design and implementation of climate policies and actions, and the Facilitative Working Group of the Local Communities and Indigenous Peoples platform has put forward a draft new second 3-year work plan for the platform on the basis of consensus. Here, parties will consider this draft work plan at this session. As co-chairs of the Facilitative Working Group, we hope parties will welcome the draft work plan, as doing so would facilitate the continued collaboration between parties, Indigenous peoples, and local communities to address climate change in a holistic way. Working together, this process can elevate climate action and ambition that is necessary to ensure the long-term health and well-being of people and the integrity of all ecosystems. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Indu and Thomas. To facilitate consideration of this item, I would like to propose to convene informal consultations, and I would like to invite Ms. Maxine Burkett from the US and Mr. Carlos Fuller from Belize, and to facilitate this work. The outcome of this work will be presented for consideration by the Substar on Saturday, November the 6th. I hear no objections. It is so decided. I would like to thank the co-facilitators for accepting this role. The first meeting of the informal consultations is planned for Tuesday, November the 2nd at 3:30 p.m. Please consult CCTV and the daily program for confirmation and the details on room number. I now invite parties to turn to item 7, Development and Transfer of Technologies, Joint Annual Report of the Technology Executive Committee and the Climate Technology Center and Network for 2020 and 2021. I would like to invite Mr. Marer Usni from the Maldives, Vice Chair of the Technology Executive Committee, to briefly present their work. Marer, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Technology Executive Committee, I am pleased to report you on the achievements of the TEC in 2020 and 2021. Despite the challenges faced by the pandemic, the TEC fully implemented its role in work program for the last 2 years, holding meetings and events in a virtual format. Allow me to highlight on some key achievements that we have made over the last 2 years. First, the Technology Executive Committee, along with its sister body CTCN, began their first ever joint activities on topics of technology and NDCs and technology and gender. We have just published our first joint publication on stimulating technology uptake to support countries in implementing their NDCs. The TEC has made significant progress in mainstreaming gender into its work. Today, I can report that in 2021, for the first time in the history, the TEC achieved a gender balance in its events this year, with more women participating than men. This sets a benchmark for TEC's future work and also for other constituted bodies. Thirdly, the TEC has held events and released publications on a range of 5 topics across key themes of the technology framework, resulting in key messages and recommendations for parties for its decision here at COP. These include technology needs assessments, technologies for averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damages in coastal zones, international collaboration of RD&D, innovative approaches to stimulate uptake of existing technologies and endogenous capacities and technologies. Fourthly, the TEC has engaged with existing partners and has developed new collaborations, including recently with the IUCN, the Nairobi Work Programme of Experts on Oceans, and FEBA and Technology Days series of events which continues here in Glasgow. Mr. Chair, distinguished delegate, allow me to express my sincere gratitude to all the members of the TEC, our observers, resource persons, and the Secretariat for their valuable contribution in advancing the work of the TEC in unprecedented situation. Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, I would also like to invite delegates for a technology mechanism side events that is to be held on Thursday, 4th of November at 18:30. I thank you.
Thank you, Mary, for the report. I would like also to invite Mr. Omedi Jura from Kenya, the Vice Chair of the Advisory Body of the CTCN, to briefly present their work. Omedi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, distinguished delegates and colleagues. On behalf of the United Nations Climate Technology Center and Network, serving as the Vice Chair of its Advisory Board, I take this opportunity to give you a brief update of the progress of the CTCN. Since COP25, the CTCN received 92 requests for technical assistance to accelerate the transfer of climate technologies, bringing the total number of requests received by the CTCN to date to 361. From 107 developing countries, 26% of eligible requests came from least developed countries, LDCs, and 11% from small island developing states. Roughly 47 of requests address mitigation objectives, 30% are both adaptation and mitigation related, and 23 are on adaptation. The CTCN has facilitated a wide range of innovations and successful collaborations, including providing training to national designated entities, NDEs, on blockchain technologies, continuing our important work on gender and technology with the UNFCCC, women and gender constituency, and fostering endogenous technology development through the Youth Climate Innovation Labs. The CTCN was also selected to manage their adaptation funds, $5 million USD Climate Innovation Accelerator Program, through which almost 200 requests for support on adaptation-related technical assistance were received from more than 60 countries. As reported by the Green Climate Fund, the CTCN is now the largest provider of GCF readiness support for technology, implementing 75% of the Green Climate Fund technology-related readiness grants. To be able to deliver on so many areas of climate change work, the CTCN mobilizes a global network of over 650 entities, among them civil society, finance, private, and public sector entities. The second independent review of the effective implementation of the Climate Technology Central Network was completed in 2021. The positive findings indicate that the CTCN has demonstrated its added value as a demand-driven mechanism with strong sectoral expertise, agility, and responsiveness. At the 18th meeting of the Advisory Board, highlighted the urgent need for increased and sustainable financial resources for the CTCN and recommended enhanced linkages between the technology mechanism and the financial mechanism. To ensure that the CTCN can meet the growing demand for climate-related technology assistance from developing countries, the CTCN is organizing a high-level donor roundtable during this COP26 session on November 8th, with the support of the Chilean and UK COP presidencies and the government of Denmark. The technology work of the CTCN is important now as ever and should be optimally enhanced to continue to assist countries in meeting their enhanced ambitions toward climate commitments. The CTCN and the technology mechanism as a whole has organized a number of side events, as said by my colleague from the tech, in this session, to which you are invited. Kindly visit our website, ctc-n.org, for more information. I thank you all.
Thank you, Omedi. I would like to thank the chairs and vice chairs of the TEC and CTCN for their leadership in conducting the work of these bodies, and extend my thanks to the members of the TEC and CTCN for their work and achievement made during these past 2 years. To conduct the work under this agenda item, the SBI chair and I have agreed to propose that informal consultations be convened to be facilitated by Ms. Stella Gama from Malawi and Mr. Toshiaki Nagata from Japan. The outcome of the work will be presented to the Substa in the SBI at the closing plenary on Saturday, November the 6th. Here, no objections. It is so decided. I would like to thank the co-facilitators for accepting this role. The first meeting of the informal consultations will take place tomorrow at 10 a.m. in meeting room 3. Please consult CCTV and the daily program for confirmation and details on the room number. Parties are also invited to attend the technology mechanism side event that will take place on Thursday, November the 4th at 6:30 p.m. in Lomond Auditorium. I now invite parties to turn to item 8, Coronivia Joint Work on Agriculture. I was pleased to see so many of you involved in the intersessional workshop held during the pre-sessional days on strategies and modalities to scale up implementation of best practices, innovations, and technologies that increase resilience and sustainable production in agricultural systems according to national circumstances. To facilitate consideration of this joint substance SBI item, the SBI Chair and I would like to propose to convene informal consultations to be facilitated by Philip Blackwell from Ireland and Milagros Sandoval from Peru. The outcome of this work will be presented to the SUBSTA and SBI at the closing plenaries on Saturday, November the 6th. I hear no objections. It is so decided. I would like to thank the co-facilitators for accepting this role. The first meeting of the informal consultations will take place tomorrow, Monday the 1st November at 10 a.m. Please consult CCTV and the daily program for confirmation and details on the room number. I now invite parties to turn to item 9, sources of input for the global stocktake under the Paris Agreement. I would like to propose that informal consultations be convened by Ms. Laura Juliana Arciniegas Rojas from Colombia and Ms. Christiane Textor from Germany. The outcomes of this work will be presented for consideration by the SUBSTA on Saturday, November the 6th. I hear no objections. It is so decided. I would like to thank the co-facilitators for accepting this role. The first meeting of the informal consultations is planned for November the 3rd in the late afternoon. Please consult CCTV and daily program for confirmation and details on room number. I now invite parties to turn to agenda item 10, matters relating to science and review. Sub-item A, research and systematic observation. I would like to propose that informal consultations be convened on this matter to be co-facilitated by Ladislaus Changa from Tanzania and Stefan Ruchti from Switzerland. The outcome of this work will be presented for consideration by the SUBSTA on Saturday, November the 6th. I hear no objections. It is so decided. I would like to thank the co-facilitators for accepting this role. The first meeting of the informal consultations is planned for tomorrow, Monday, November the 1st at 12:30 p.m. Please refer to the CCTV for confirmation of date and time and details on the room. I also draw your attention to Earth Information Day 2021, mandated under this agenda item, which will take place on Wednesday, November the 3rd, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. The posters for the Earth Information Day are available on the virtual conference site via the poster gallery. A virtual question and answer session with experts will be held on Wednesday at lunchtime from 1:15 p.m. to 2:45 p.m. I now invite parties to turn to sub-item 10B, second periodic review of the long-term global goal under the Convention and of all overall progress towards achieving it. In line with the modalities for the second periodic review, the work on this item is conducted in a joint contact group of SUBSTA and SBI and is supported by a structured expert dialogue. The second meeting of the structured expert dialogue will take place during this session, facilitated by the structured expert dialogue co-facilitators, Tara Shine and Jiang Gao. As for the joint SUBSTA-SBI contact group, the SBI chair and I would like to propose that this contact group be established to be co-chaired by Una Mae Gordon from Jamaica and Frank McGovern from Ireland. The outcome of the work will be presented for consideration by the SUBSTA on Saturday, November the 6th. I hear no objections. It is so decided. I would like to thank the co-chairs for accepting this role. The first meeting of the contact group is planned for Wednesday, November the 3rd at 3:30 p.m. Please check the CCTV for confirmation and the room number. As mentioned, the second meeting of the Structured Expert Dialogue, mandated under this agenda item, will take place during this session. It will be held in two parts. Tomorrow, Monday, November 1st, and Tuesday, November the 2nd. On both days from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Please consult CCTV and daily program for confirmation and details on the room number. The posters for the Structured Expert Dialogue are available on the virtual conference site via the poster gallery, and the virtual Q&A session with experts is planned for Monday and Tuesday between 1:15 and 2:45 p.m. I now invite parties to turn to item 11, matters relating to the Forum on the Impact of the Implementation of Response Measures serving the Convention, the Kyoto Protocol, and the Paris Agreement. I would now like to invite Ms. Anela Anger-Kravi, Chair of the Katowice Committee of Experts on the Impact of the Implementation of Response Measures, to provide a brief update of the KCI's work. Anela, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Excellencies, colleagues and friends. Chair, on behalf of my co-chair, Peter Govindasamy, and I would like to report that since 2020, Katowice Committee on Impacts of the Implementation of Response Measures met virtually 3 times and in person once to deliver on its work plan activities, which were agreed as part of the work plan of the Response Measures Forum and its KCI at COP25 in Madrid. While it was challenging for the KCI to start implementing the work plan in virtual mode, I'm pleased to inform you that in this short span of time, the KCI has completed 3 work plan activities and delivered 2 technical papers accompanied with a database containing detailed information about a number of tools and methods available to use for modelling and assessing the impact of implementation of response measures. These products aim to build capacity of parties by facilitating development and use of tools for the assessment and analysis of impacts of climate change policies and measures, and enhancing understanding of just transition and economic diversification processes. I would particularly like to thank the experts, practitioners and observer organisations who have contributed to the work of the KCI and delivery of those outcomes. We have forwarded our annual report for the years 2020 and 2021 and meeting reports to the Forum, containing our progress on the work plan, possible recommendations and key messages as an outcome of the activities conducted by the KCI. Lastly, I would also like to report that in its effort to integrate gender consideration into its work, the KCI has considered relevant approaches and elected its co-chairs as gender focal points. We will ensure that gender aspect is taken into account in KCI's work. Thank you, Chair, for providing this opportunity.
Thank you, Anela, and allow me to congratulate KCI on its achievements made in the past 2 years. To facilitate consideration of this item under the SUBSTA and SBI, the SBI Chair and I would like to propose to establish a joint contact group as mandated to be co-chaired by Matthias Flumri from Sweden and André Marcoux from Papua New Guinea. The outcome of the work will be presented for consideration by the SUBSTA and the SBI at the closing plenary meetings on Saturday, November the 6th. I hear no objections. It is so decided. I would like to thank the co-chairs for accepting this role. The first meeting of the contact group is planned for Tuesday, November the 2nd at 6 p.m. Please check the CCTV for confirmation and for details on the room. I now invite parties to turn to item 12, methodological issues under the Convention, with its sub-item A to G. Sub-item A, training program for review experts for the technical review of greenhouse gas inventories of parties included in Annex 1 to the Convention. Sub-item B, training program for review experts for the technical review of biennial reports and national communications of parties included in Annex 1 to the Convention. Sub-item C, revision of the UNFCCC reporting guidelines on annual inventories for parties included in Annex 1 to the Convention. Sub-item D, guidelines for the technical review of information reported under the Convention related to greenhouse gas inventories, biannual reports, and national communications by parties included in Annex 1 to the Convention. Sub-item E, greenhouse gas data interface. Sub-item F, common metrics to calculate the carbon dioxide equivalence of greenhouse gases. And sub-item G, emissions from fuel used for international aviation and maritime transport. As discussed during my pre-sessional consultations with groups, I propose that we defer consideration of item 12 and its sub-items A to G to the next session, Substa 56, without further discussions at this session. With this approach, it will provide more time for parties to discuss these sub-items at the next Substa session in June 2022 and allow our technical expert to focus at the current session on matters mandated to be finalized at this session. This, of course, not setting any precedent in any way. All items on our agenda are important to parties and no issue will be left behind. Can I take it that the Substa agrees to deferring the consideration of the matters under agenda sub-items 12A to 12G to Substa 56? I hear no objection. It is so decided. I thank all parties and groups for their flexibility and for their cooperation. I now invite parties to turn to item 13, methodological issues under the Kyoto Protocol, with its sub-items A and B. Sub-item A, land use change and forestry under Article 3, paragraphs 3 to 4 of the Kyoto Protocol and under the Clean Development Mechanism. Sub-item B, implications of the inclusion of reforestation of land with forest in exhaustion as afforestation and reforestation clean development mechanisms project activities. As discussed during my pre-sessional consultations with groups, I propose that we defer consideration of item 13 with its sub-items A and B to the next session, Substa 56, without further discussions at this session. I hear no objections. It is so decided. And once again, I thank all parties and groups for their flexibility and cooperation. I now invite parties to turn to item 14, methodological issues under the Paris Agreement, sub-items A to E. Sub-item A, common reporting tables for the electronic reporting of the information in the National Inventory reports of anthropogenic emissions by sources and removals by sinks of greenhouse gases. Sub-item B, common tabular format for the electronic reporting of the information necessary to track progress made in implementing and achieving nationally determined contributions under Article 4 of the Paris Agreement. Sub-item C, common tabular format for the electronic reporting of information on financial technology development and transfer and capacity building support provided and mobilized, as well as support needed and received under Articles 9 to 11 of the Paris Agreement. Sub-item D, outlines of the biennial transparency report, national inventory document, and technical expert review report pursuant to the modalities, procedures, and guidelines for the transparency framework for action and support. Sub-item E, training program for technical experts participating in the technical expert review. I would like to propose that we handle all sub-items together. Substa has begun its consideration of these sub-items at Substa 50 in 2019, and progress has been made since then. It is important that parties make good progress at this session so that Substa will complete its work and be able to recommend its outcome for consideration and adoption by CMA3 here in Glasgow. I propose to continue with the same modalities of work on this item as we did for Substa 50 and 51. I propose to establish a single contact group to cover all 5 sub-items, 14A to E, and invite Xiang Gao from China and Ellen Plume from New Zealand to assist me in managing the overall work under the item during this session and in co-chairing this contact group. As laid out in my scenario note, I encourage the co-chairs to organize work within the contact group by setting up informal consultations on each sub-item. Further details will be provided at the first meeting of the contact group and on the SUBSA webpage, but the intention is for the co-chairs to facilitate work on sub-items 14A, B, and D themselves, and to invite Seni Nafo from Mali and Karima Ustadi from Italy to co-facilitate informal consultations on sub-item 14C, and Jae Jong from the Republic of Korea and Arrivent from the Netherlands to co-facilitate informal consultations on sub-item 14E. The outcome of the work will be presented for consideration by the Substa on Saturday, 6 November. I hear no objections. It is so decided. I would like to thank the co-chairs and the co-facilitators for accepting this role. The first meeting of the contact group on all the issues under item 14 will take place today from 5:15 to 6:15 p.m. in meeting rooms 5 and 7. Please refer to the CCTV for confirmation. Further information will be available during the meetings of the informal consultations that will be organized in such a way as to avoid clashes and enable all parties to take part. I now invite parties to turn to item 15, matters relating to Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, with sub-items A, guidance on cooperative approaches referred to in Article 6, paragraph 2 of the Paris Agreement, sub-item B, rules, modalities and procedures for the mechanism established by Article 6, paragraph 4 of the Paris Agreement, and sub-item C, work program under the framework for non-market approaches referred to in Article 6, paragraph 8 of the Paris Agreement. I propose to establish a contact group covering all 3 sub-items, which I will chair myself. During the first meeting of the contact group, I will propose that informal consultations be convened for negotiations on sub-items A, B, and C. I intend to suggest at the contact group that these informal consultations be co-facilitated by Mandy Rambaros from South Africa, Hugh Seeley from Barbados, Per Jansen from Norway, and Kim Stolberg from the Netherlands. More information will be provided during the first meeting of the contact group. The outcome of work will be presented for consideration by the Substa on Saturday, November the 6th. I hear no objections. It is so decided. The first meeting of the contact group is planned for tomorrow, Monday the 1st of November at 10 a.m. Please refer to the CCTV for confirmation and details on the room numbers. I now invite parties to turn to agenda item 16, market and non-market mechanisms under the Convention. Sub-item A, framework for various approaches. Sub-item B, non-market-based approaches. Sub-item C, new market-based mechanism. During my pre-sessional consultations, parties supported my proposal to defer the consideration of the matters under these three agenda sub-items to Substa 52 without further discussions at this session. Accordingly, I propose that we defer consideration of these matters to Substa 56. Can I take it that the Substa agrees to deferring the consideration of the matters under agenda sub-items 16A, 16B, and 16C to Substa 56? I hear no objections. It is so decided. I thank all parties and groups for their cooperation in managing our time and agenda. I now invite parties to turn to item 17, cooperation with other international organizations. As mandated by the Substa many years ago, the Secretariat prepares a report every year to share information with parties, providing a summary of the cooperative activities with United Nations entities and other international organizations that contribute to the work under the Convention. The report prepared this year is contained in document FCCC/Substa/2021/INF.1. The previous report, prepared in 2020, is contained in document FCCC/Substa/2020/INF.2. Our work on climate change under the Convention, the Kyoto Protocol, and the Paris Agreement cannot be seen in isolation from wider multilateral action on sustainable development. This interagency activity contributes directly and indirectly to the work under many items on our agenda and to those of the SBI and the governing bodies. I think it will be helpful to give it greater attention. In June 2021, I held an information event and invited the Secretariat to provide a briefing on its interagency activities planned through 2021. I propose to consult with interested parties to prepare draft conclusions on this matter. Further information on the organization of my consultations will be made available on the Substa webpage, in the daily program, and on CCTV. I hear no objections. It is so decided. I now invite parties to turn to item 18, annual reports on technical reviews, sub-item A, technical review of information reported under the Convention by parties included in Annex 1 to the Convention in their biannual reports and national communications. In accordance with Decision 13/CP20, Annex paragraphs 40 and 44, the Secretariat prepares annual reports containing information on the composition of expert review teams, the conclusions of the latest meeting of lead reviewers of biannual reports and national communications, and the latest information on the technical review of information reported under the Convention related to biannual reports and national communications by Annex 1 parties. The report prepared in 2020 is contained in document FCCC/Substa/2020/INF.5. The report prepared this year is contained in document FCCC/Substa/2021/INF.3. I invite the Substa to take note of the reports contained in document FCCC/Substa/2020/INF.5 and document FCCC/Substa/2021/INF.3. In the report on the session, it will be reflected that the Substa took note of this information.
It's okay. 18A is okay.
I hear no objections. It is so decided. I now invite parties to turn to sub-item 18B, annual report on the technical review of greenhouse gas inventories from parties included in Annex 1 to the Convention. The Secretariat prepares annual reports containing the latest information on the technical review of greenhouse gas inventories submitted by Annex 1 parties, including information on the composition of expert review teams and the selection of experts and lead reviewers for those teams, and suggestions on how to improve the quality, efficiency, and consistency of the review. The report prepared in 2020 is contained in document FCCC/substat/2020/INF3. The report prepared this year is contained in documents FCCC/substat/2021/INF4. I invite the substat to take note of the reports contained in document FCCC/substat/2020/INF3 and FCCC/substat/2021/INF4. In the report on the session, it will be reflected that the substat took note of this information. Yes, Ukraine has asked for the floor. Ukraine, over to you.
As already mentioned by Ukrainian delegation, we propose to defer the consideration of the agenda sub-item 18B until the Secretariat makes respective amendments to the documents prepared by the Secretariat under this agenda sub-item, namely FCCC ARR 2020 rules referred in the document FCCC Substat 2020 INF3. The nature of inoccurrences committed are known to the Secretariat and were voiced by the delegation of Ukraine at the previous sessions. We also asked to include this statement in the report of the Substat session. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Ukraine. I noted your suggestion to defer the item. Is there any objection to this proposal by Ukraine? I see no request for the floor, so the deferral is decided. Thank you. I now invite parties to turn to sub-item C, technical review of greenhouse gas inventories and other information reported by parties included in Annex 1 as defined in Article 1, Paragraph 7 of the Kyoto Protocol. The Secretariat prepares annual reports containing the latest information on the technical review of greenhouse gas inventories and other information reported by Annex 1 parties as defined in Article 1, Paragraph 7 of the Kyoto Protocol. The report prepared in 2020 is contained in document FCCC/substat/2020/INF4. The report prepared this year is contained in document FCCC/substat/2021/INF5. I invite the substat to take note of the reports contained in documents FCCC/substat/2020/INF4 and FCCC/substat/2021/INF5. In the report on the session, it will be reflected that the substat took note of this information. I hear no objections. It is so decided. I now invite parties to turn to item 19, other matters. Are there any other matters that parties may wish to raise? I see no request for the floor. Thank you. I thank parties for the contributions. I propose to consult with... I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I would now like to invite intergovernmental organizations to provide oral reports which will be limited to 2 minutes. At first, I would like to invite the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, Mr. Abdallah Moqsit, Secretary of the IPCC, to provide a statement. Abdallah, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, dear Chair, dear friends and colleagues. I'm very honored to brief the SEBSTA on the work of IPCC. As you know, we are old by 33 years, and we are now running the 6th cycle, the most intense cycle in the history of IPCC. We already delivered 5 reports in this 6th cycle, and we are looking for 3 coming one. As was highlighted by all the dignitaries in this opening ceremony of today, the Working Group 1 contribution of IPCC 6th cycle was approved in last August. And the key messages were clear. We should act, and it is time to act. And I want to highlight that for this report, and thanks to the huge work of the communication, we broke many records of media attention. We were pleased to the cooperation with the NFCCC. And in this 6th cycle, what was really highlighted is that thanks to the excellent cooperation with the NFCCC Secretariat, executive management as well as the whole team working with the IPCC. And thanks to them, the voice of climate change science is about to reach all delegation. And this is the year of good coordination. Not only for NFCCC, but also it is the time all working group and task force for inventory of IPCC are working together in coherent manner. It is a year of coordination. We have come here to Glasgow COP26 to showcase the finding of the last report, including the past report of IPCC, including special report. But this time we are coming with a pavilion which was built with unique construction involving cooperation with IPCC, the World Meteorological Organization, one of the parents of IPCC, the other parent is the United Nations Environment Programme, the ECMET Office, and partners, foundation, funding coming from regional representation, South America and Africa. They are coming with to speak about the citizen perception of climate change. I am really inviting all the delegation to come visit this pavilion and to follow the program this year. It was also tailored to be in line with good synchronization with the program of this COP26. I am inviting delegation to go there, to be well prepared, to bring the voice of science, and they can be armed to negotiate in all the plenaries. We want this pavilion to be like a sort of toolbox for each one to take what is adapted in its needs. We also welcome the opportunity to engage with negotiators In the second structured expert dialogue, will be starting tomorrow so that we can facilitate a thorough understanding of the report for parties. We are looking forward to the SEPSTA IPCC special event presenting the report on 4th November and welcome you to it. On the 3rd of November, IPCC will present at the Earth Information Day of COP26, which is under the Earth observation of a climate system and climate change team. I am very pleased to inform you that work is well advanced on the other part of the 6th assessment cycle, namely the Working Group 2 contribution for IPCC related to vulnerability and impact. The report is scheduled to be approved in next February, and Working Group 3 related to mitigation and solution to be approved in March next year, and the scientists report, which will be approved in September next year. All these 8 reports will constitute a package to be used also in this toolbox to inform global stocktake in time, as the one special report 1.5 informed the Talanawa dialogue. This shows that IPCC deliverables are useful by your community. This is a practical request. The final government distribution of the Working Group 2 report started at the beginning of the month and runs until late November 2021. I am inviting you to participate to this review, as well as the final government distribution of the Working Group 3 reports will run from 29 November 2021 to 30 January 2022. Yes, I think the work of IPCC in this cycle is very well visible, but we should thank many, many actors in this huge work. We should thank the 195 countries working without stop to contribute to the assisting science. Just the last report we assist 14,000 papers. We dealt with 78 comments from government and observer organizations and experts. And also the approval process was the first approval line by line, handled totally in virtual. And this is the first time, the first achievement in this context. That this shows that all the delegations are keen to provide good science and to listen to science. I want also to thank all the countries contributing in the effort of IPCC. The 45 countries, I can say that in 2016 we started by 24 countries contributing. Now we have 45 countries contributing, including developing countries and economy in transition. I should thank them very well. I am inviting the others to do so, because your contribution, it is not contribution just by finance, but it is a trust that what is provided by IPCC is useful. I want also to thank our parent organization, because they are assisting IPCC with huge support, WMO and UNEP. And then once again, I am going back to thank deeply UNFCCC, our third. We are like a triptych. This is, I think, thanks to them that the voice of science is communicated in good manner to the delegation. I should thank UNFCCC Secretariat, Executive Management, as well as all the team in relation with us. We are developing good work. And lastly, I should thank you, all of you, attending this plenary. and I took long because I want to breathe without a mask. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Abdallah. So now you're going to put the mask back, I guess. Thank you. I will plead with the other intergovernmental organizations to be brief and stay within the 2 minutes. And if you have a longer statement to make, then please submit it to us and we'll put it on the website. Before we go to the World Meteorological Organization, let me go to Solomon Islands, who's asking for the floor. Over to you, Dr. Fry.
Thank you, Chair. I can't leave this moment without expressing on behalf of the LDCs our extreme gratitude to the very hard work of the IPCC. We want to congratulate them on their Working Group 1 report. We know how hard it is to produce those reports. It is certainly a wake-up call, and we know that the science cannot be denied. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Solomon Islands, for underscoring the importance of the work of the IPCC. SUBSTA, as you know, as its name says, it's about scientific and technological advice. So we are also particularly sensitive to reports of the IPCC, and we look forward to the reports to come. Let me now go to Max Delay from the World Meteorological Organization to make his statement. Over to you, Mr. Delay.
Thank you, Chair. WMO continues working to contribute scientific information to the negotiation process. The World Meteorological Congress has approved a new WMO unified data policy, which commits WMO member countries to the free and unrestricted exchange of Earth systems data. WMO members also committed to the Global Basic Observing Network, supported by a systematic observation financing facility. The WMO-led 2021 United in Science report informs that atmospheric GHG concentrations have reached new record highs this year, and that fossil fuel emissions in many sectors are back at the same or even higher levels than before the COVID-19 pandemic. The WMO Provisional Report on the State of the Global Climate, released today, documents an average global temperature in 2021 to date of 1.09 degrees above pre-industrial levels. There's a 40% chance that the average global temperature in one of the next 5 years will be at least 1.5 degrees warmer than pre-industrial levels. State of Climate Services report for water, released last month, reveals that 60% of countries lack the capacities to fully respond to the growing demand for information needed to support water-related adaptation. Consequently, WMO members have agreed on a water declaration, and a water and climate coalition has been launched to better support the sector. On Wednesday, WMO and the Green Climate Fund will release methods and tools for developing climate science information to support adaptation investments and planning. These knowledge products will be supported by technical advisory services to parties. Finally, the WMO Global Atmosphere Watch program has identified that by combining traditional emissions inventories with observation-based estimates, improves such estimates while simultaneously providing data for improving air quality. This integrated approach will simultaneously advance implementation of the SDGs and parties' NDCs to the Paris Agreement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dilley. I now would like to invite Mr. Andrew Racastro from the USA on behalf of the Committee on Earth Observation Satellites, CEOs, and the Coordination Group of Meteorological Satellites, CGMS, on the coordinated response to UNFCCC needs for global observations. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. The U.S. is pleased to deliver this statement on behalf of the Committee on Earth Observation Satellites and the Coordination Group for Meteorological Satellites. CEOS and CGMS coordinate space agency activities that advance the systematic observation of the Earth's climate system by implementing the architecture for climate monitoring from space. The data provided by CEOS and CGMS agencies supports both the climate change mitigation and adaptation objectives of the first global stocktake and the Paris Agreement. CEOS and CGMS defined a space-based constellation architecture for monitoring atmospheric CO2 and methane concentrations, as well as their natural anthropogenic fluxes. This provides a reference for agencies planning space-based CO2 and methane missions, as well as for the international coordination on the acquisition, analysis, and distribution of their measurements. Further, CEOS and CGMS developed a roadmap to implement a GHG monitoring system that supports the Enhanced Transparency Framework, Global Stocktake, and NDC activities. The first prototype system has been developed and leverages space-based assets to inform the first stocktake with a use case on top-down CO2 and CH4 inventories. A follow-on pre-operational system integrates satellite data into a sustainable atmospheric CO2 and CH4 monitoring system to support future stocktakes in 2028 and beyond. To address overall system implementation goals, CEOS and CGMS continue to coordinate their activities with other stakeholders, such as the WMO and relevant modeling centers, and maintains partnerships with national emission inventory and policy user communities. To this end, the space agencies of CEOS and CGMS are coordinating with other organizations on the development of a synthesis report on contributions of the systematic observations community to the first global stocktake. Agencies continue to coordinate space-based monitoring of Earth's forested areas to support the Global Forest Observations Initiative and the global observation of forest cover and land dynamics. CEOS agencies are also developing a roadmap for providing satellite products that support AFOLU land modeling needs and emissions reporting by the parties to the UNFCCC. This includes the use of multiple new satellite missions to derive above-ground biomass for the stocktakes, among other uses. Finally, CEOS recently developed a strategy to support the global stocktake of the Paris Agreement, encompassing all of the above described measures in support of mitigation and adaptation goals. I'll post a longer statement on the website. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rexrow, for this sharing this information, and we look forward to receiving the report. The longer statement, I mean. I would like to invite Ms. Jane Oop. Okay, sorry, I got my list a little bit mixed up. I now would like to invite Mr. Anthony Ray from the Global Climate Observing Systems, GCOS, to take the floor. Anthony Ray, please, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and distinguished delegates. Thank you for this opportunity to report on the Global Climate Observing System, GCOS, a program co-sponsored by the World Meteorological Organization, Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission, International Science Council and the United Nations Environment Programme. GCOS has just published its 5th review of the State of Climate Observations, the Global Climate Observing System 2021, the GCOS Status Report, and submitted it to the UNFCCC for your consideration. The executive summary of the report is available in all the UN languages. The report identifies the improvements in our observational capabilities since the previous status report was published in 2015 and highlights outstanding issues and gaps. The findings are presented for each essential climate variable, ECV, and each specific action identified in the last GCOS implementation plan. Satellite observations have improved, allowing near global coverage of many variables and with many operators providing open access to the data. There have also been many improvements to surface-based observations of individual ECVs across the atmospheric, ocean and terrestrial domains, with new technologies and approaches being developed, especially in the oceans. Archiving and online access to the observations and derived information has improved. Overall, there are four main areas still needing improvements: ensuring the sustainability of observations, addressing gaps in the system, and ensuring permanent, free and unrestricted access to the observations, increasing support for policies driven by the UNFCCC Paris Agreement. We will present this report tomorrow in the IPCC WMO UKMO Science Pavilion, tomorrow at 11 a.m. and also during Earth Information Day. There will be several related presentations during the COP. GCOS status reports are followed by an implementation plan that outlines the improvements that are needed to the global system. Work is already underway to produce the next GCOS implementation plan in 2022, responding to the findings of the 2021 status report, and we encourage all to take part in the public review of this document in early 2022. Some other notable developments include, together with WMO, GCOS is working on establishing a GCOS surface reference network to improve the accuracy and quality of global observations networks. WMO has agreed the implementation of the Global Basic Observing Network as noted, and its funding mechanism, the Systematic Observations Financing Facility, that, while focused on weather prediction, will significantly improve observations of several essential climate variables and lead to improvements in climate analysis and prediction. The WMO Unified Data Policy agreed at its Extraordinary Congress also strengthens the free and unrestricted exchange of historical essential climate variables between its members. Under the umbrella of the Global Ocean Observing System, plans have been developed and are starting to be implemented to extend observations to the deep oceans, essential to fully monitoring the global carbon cycle and energy balance. GCOS is now actively considering how the Global Climate Observing System can support adaptation at the national and local levels. Many ECVs can, with small refinements, being used as indicators to support adaptation planning or to monitoring adaptation implementation. Unfortunately, due to the COVID epidemic, we've been unable to continue with GCOS regional workshops as in previous years, but we plan to restart this program as restrictions ease and are considering a number of new ways to improve national engagement in GCOS. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Ray, on your message stating the work of the GCOS. I would now like to invite Mr. Vladimir Ryabinin from the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission, UNESCO IOC, to make a statement. Unfortunately, Mr. Ryabinin was not able to join us in person for this session and has therefore provided a pre-recorded message. Let us now listen to his message.
Ladies and gentlemen, all courtesies observed. Warm greetings to SUBSTA from the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO, the home of ocean science in the United Nations system. I think it was an essential step for Convention on Climate to establish under SUBSTA an ocean and climate dialogue. Let me quote in this connection the deliberations from the high-level panel for sustainable ocean economy, that ocean solutions can help to cover 20% of the carbon gap that is needed to remain within 1.5 degree warming. The GCOS status report highlights remaining gaps in ocean observations that would be of direct relevance to climate, especially along continental boundaries, the polar oceans, the marginal seas, and IOC is the lead agency for the Global Ocean Observing System. GOOS also has conducted the first survey of observing programs measuring 13 biological essential ocean variables that would be key in understanding the carbon cycle and also the impact of climate change on ocean life. The coverage of biological AOVs is actually uneven and very sporadic, And currently, we have only 7% of the ocean surface covered by those observations. These results are alarming. They show a lack of information when it is needed the most, particularly in high biodiversity areas that are also most intense, experience most intense human pressure. And this is critical for ocean, climate, human nexus. How to change the situation? I would like to draw your attention to the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development that IUC is leading on behalf of the United Nations system. The mission of that decade is transformative ocean science solutions for sustainable development, connecting people in the ocean. So please do engage in the decade, and the current call for decade actions is actually including ocean climate nexus as a priority. So COP26 is seen as the last best chance for the planet, and lets us include in consideration all the planet, including 70% of its surface, 90% of its habitable space, the ocean, and seek climate solutions that are also ocean solutions. I thank you very much for attention and wish you very good work.
I thank Mr. Riabinin for providing his statement. I would now like to invite Mr. Michael Sparrow from the World Climate Research Programme to make his statement. Unfortunately, Mr. Sparrow has not been able to attend this session in person. Let us listen now to his statement, which he has also recorded.
Anthropogenic climate change brings many significant challenges and risks that affect almost all aspects of life on Earth.
Yeah, there seems to be a technical glitch. Maybe we need to restart the video. So I suggest we move to the next speaker, and then we'll try to come back to this video later. I would like to invite Ms. Jane Hoop, envoy of the ICAO Secretary General to the UNFCCC COP meeting of the International Civil Aviation Organization, to make a statement. Unfortunately, Jane Hoop was not able to attend in person, but has given a recorded statement. Let us listen to her report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since the last assembly in 2019, ICAO and its member states have been making substantial progress in achieving the collective global aspirational goals for the international aviation sector of achieving 2% annual fuel efficiency improvement and carbon neutral growth from 2020 onwards. 121 member states have already developed and submitted to ICAO their state action plans on how to reduce CO2 emissions from international aviation, including in-sector mitigation measures such as aircraft technologies, operational improvements, and the use of sustainable aviation fuels. To complement the CO2 reduction measures, and as a means to ensure the achievement of the carbon neutral goal, a global market-based measure, the ICAO Carbon Offsetting and Reduction Scheme for International Aviation, CORSIA, was established, and its global implementation is on track. Important CORSIA implementation milestones include the establishment of a robust CO2 monitoring, reporting, and verification MRV system, which ensures that collected CO2 data are verified and reported annually by all airline operators covered through the ICAO CORSIA Central Registry. ICAO has also developed globally harmonized sustainability criteria, life cycle CO2 values, and certification schemes to incentivize the use of CORSIA-eligible fuels. Furthermore, in light of the agreed emissions unit criteria, ICAO has identified a set of course-eligible emissions units that can be used by operators to meet their CO2 offsetting requirements under CORSIA for the pilot phase. In this regard, ICAO will continue to monitor further developments related to Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, in particular, any implications for the implementation of CORSIA and its eligible emissions units. While a concrete mechanism is already put in place to achieve the existing climate goals, ICAO is also working on the feasibility of a long-term global aspirational goal, LTAG, for international aviation. Part of this work is the stock-taking process, and the latest ICAO stock-taking event was held in September 2021. Good progress has been achieved in the development of the long-term goal options due to intensive and rigorous efforts of states, industry, civil society, and other stakeholders participating in the ICAO LTAG process. Recently, the global air transport industry has adopted a long-term climate goal of net zero carbon emissions by 2050. ICAO has been working to bring together the ICAO Global Coalition for Sustainable Aviation to facilitate the development of green, innovative technologies and to accelerate the implementation of such innovative solutions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions at source. While CO2 emissions from international aviation are addressed through ICAO and not covered by the nationally determined contributions, NDCs, under the Paris Agreement, an ambitious outcome at the COP26 may further encourage ICAO and its member states to take an ambitious decision for international aviation at the ICAO Assembly next year, complementing the achievement of the Paris Agreement objectives. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, I thank Jane for a message. Before we go to the next speaker, let me give the floor to China. China, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. And sorry for interrupt the process. I just want your clarification because China wants to take a short intervention according to agenda item 12G and also the submission from ICAO. So I just wondering when I could take the floor and if it's possible, could I take it right now? Thank you.
China, thank you for your intervention. I did mention that for a statement by countries and a group of countries, we will have a joint plenary with the SBI chair. So I'm not sure whether the intervention is very specific to this plenary or we could have it during the joint plenary. Thank you. Over to you.
It is open. Oh, thank you. So, well, I just, since this is a very specific intervention, if you allow me, I would insist to take the opportunity. If I also know that there's a strict limitation of time. If you insist I post it online, I could also do that. It's fully depends. It's in your hand. Thank you.
I mean, this is a party-driven process. I will hate to deny the floor to a party. So if it is a long statement, then it should be sent so that it can be posted. But if it is a short statement, then I'm willing to give you the floor.
It's a very short one. Thank you.
Okay, please, then go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Now, we fully understand that because of the time restriction, the agenda item 12G has been postponed. And thanks for the ICAO reporting. But however, we still want to take the opportunity to present our deep concern on the latest submission of ICAO on 28th October. As a developing country, China is disappointed with the contents of this submission. The national determined contributions are at the heart of the Paris Agreement and the achievement of the long-term goals. To reiterate, the emission reduction of international aviation should under this architecture and complete with the principle of CBDR and respective capabilities. Requesting all the member states to reach the same emission reduction goal of international aviation at the same time does not complete with the heart of Paris Agreement. That is the member state to implement reduction measures to reach the emission reduction goal. ICO should recognize the different nation circumstances, different developing stage of the member states when proposing any goal and implementing the scheme. Developing countries enjoy the freedom to determine the emission reduction goal of our international aviation sector under our respective NDC. Furthermore, the submission of ICO does not completely and precisely reflect what has happened in ICO. First, currently, there is not a consensus on the reduction goal of global international aviation. The slogan of only several developed countries and international organizations cannot represent all the member states, especially the developing countries. Secondly, the offsetting responsibility assignment method of the COSIA does not complete with the guiding principles for the design and implementation of market-based measures for the international aviation, which has already been listed in the annex of Assembly resolution since 2016. Now, it leads to the international aviation sector of developing countries to undertake much more heavy burden than the developed countries. It is unfair. And it is not a proper way that ICO ignored the revised suggestions proposed by the developing countries' experts. And the criteria of COSIA eligible fuels has already gone far out of the scope of Chicago Convention. We should remember that the report of sustainable transport published by the second Global Sustainable Transport Conference has proposed that finding a path towards carbon neutrality that is consistent with the aspiration for goals and improved living standards of the countries whose emissions are rising rapidly because of increased modernization and economic growth is essential for these countries as well. China has improved and invested tremendously in the green and the sustainable development of the aviation sector, and has got remarkable outcomes and contribution to the sustainable development of the global international aviation sector. We will continuously support and contribute to the sustainable developing path of the global international aviation under the Paris Agreement. Here, China emphasizes again and correct the mistake of ICO that emission reduction of all the fuels are covered by the national determined contributions under the Paris Agreement, and that the emission reduction of international aviation should complete with the principle of CBDR and RC. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, China, for your statement. I now would like to give the floor to Mr. Camille Bourgeon from the International Maritime Organization. Mr. Bourgeon, over to you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and distinguished delegates. Thank you for this opportunity to provide a brief update on IMO's work to address greenhouse gas emissions from international shipping. Mr. Chair, as previously reported to Substa, IMO adopted in 2018 its initial strategy on reduction of GHG emissions from ships to enhance IMO's contribution to global efforts. This strategy, which is due to be revised by 2023, sets out a vision and ambitions for the maritime sector in line with the goals of the Paris Agreement. The fourth IMO greenhouse gas study, published last year, showed that although shipping carbon intensity had significantly reduced since 2008, absolute emissions from shipping would continue to rise without additional action. Drawing on this and following a comprehensive assessment of their possible impacts on states, the IMO Marine Environment Protection Committee adopted in June this year mandatory short-term measures to reduce the carbon intensity of international shipping by at least 40% by 2030. This important achievement will drive further energy efficiency improvements in the global fleet and pave the way for further GHG reductions. In addition, IMO has started to consider concrete proposals for mid- and long-term GHG reduction measures for shipping, including potential market-based measures, and how to further progress work on impact assessments. Moreover, aware of the importance of the maritime sector within the wider energy transition, IMO accelerated its work to promote sustainable low and zero carbon fuels and technologies that shipping decarbonization requires. In parallel, as a full member of the UN family, IMO increases its efforts to support developing countries, LDCs and SEEDs, through technical cooperation, capacity building and transfer of technology in the maritime sector. Finally, Chair, IMO is actively engaging with stakeholders from the maritime, port, financial and energy sectors to facilitate a just and smooth transition towards zero-carbon shipping. Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, further details on IMO's progress and achievements can be found in our written submission to SEPSTA, and I also invite all delegates to visit the IMO Pavilion in Hall 4. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Bourgeon, for your statement on behalf of IMO. I see that there is a request for the floor from Japan. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I am obliged to make a three-sentence statement on CBDR. With regard to the issue of CBDR, Japan would like to note that aircrafts and ships are able to go across national borders and be registered under any country. It is fundamentally necessary to establish regulations which apply to aircraft or ships in universal, global, and equal manner, irrespective of their operation or registration. Introducing the CBDR principle will distort a level playing field and seriously affect the market and global system of international transport sectors. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Japan, for your statement and for keeping it very brief, because we need to adjourn the SEPSTA plenary as soon as possible so that the contact group on transparency can start its work. So let us, as a last speaker, let us try to go back to the video of Michael Sparrow from the World Climate Research Program. Can we have that video again?
Anthropogenic climate change brings many significant challenges and risks that affect almost all aspects of life on Earth. In order to meet these challenges, the co-sponsored World Climate Research Program, WCRP, makes fundamental and significant contributions into humankind's ability to understand and predict the climate through its unique role in spearheading climate science and modelling. This has culminated in the capability of WCRP's Couple Model Intercomparison Project, or CMIP, to provide climate change scenarios to the IPCC assessment process. Planning for the next phase, CMIP 7, is currently underway, which will be helped considerably by a new CMIP office that will be hosted by the European Space Agency in the UK. Building on CMIP, CORDEX is a WCRP framework to evaluate regional climate model performance through a set of experiments aimed at producing regional climate projections. Recently, 4 new flagship pilot study proposals have been endorsed, details of which are in the written statement. WCRP's strategic plan, 2019 to 2028, reorientates WCRP's core research towards providing the science, knowledge, and understanding needed to target and provide answers for frontier problems, such as disaster risk reduction, climate adaptation, mitigation, and intervention strategies. As part of this, WCRP has developed 5 new lighthouse activities. These are designed to be ambitious and transdisciplinary, and are focused on managing climate risk and meeting society's urgent need for robust and actionable climate information more effectively. Their scope encompasses building new knowledge of the Earth's climate system, its near-term predictability and longer-term trajectories, through to harnessing emerging technologies to better simulate the Earth system via a digital twin, as well as exploring new approaches for managing climate risks that start with the decision context and user needs. To ensure that communities around the world have a voice in WCRP priorities, the programme has established a series of climate research forums with over 50 regional focal points from around the world. Building on this, a WCRP Open Science Conference in 2023 will focus on bridging climate science and society. WCRP's community stands ready to work with our co-sponsors and partners and to support nations to ensure that society has the climate knowledge and information needed to meet the challenges of our changing climate. Thank you.
So, thank you, Mr. Sparrow, for this message from WCRP. Let me now go to Venezuela, which has been asking the floor for a while. Thank you for your patience, Venezuela. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My intervention was in the point regarding bunker fuels, and I'm going to make it in Spanish. En relación a las actividades que son adelantadas por la Organización Marítima Internacional y la Organización de Aviación Civil Internacional, Venezuela considera que la diferenciación en las acciones y en las medidas en ambos sectores es fundamental, acorde al principio de responsabilidades comunes pero diferenciadas. Ambos sectores son claves para la comercialización de productos de los países y las medidas y acciones que se alcancen no pueden ni deben configurarse en una medida de discriminación al comercio internacional. El uso del combustible seguirá siendo clave para ambos medios de transporte internacional. Cualquier medida debe cuidar el balance del mercado energético mundial y de estabilidad de los precios. Debe haber simultaneidad en las medidas que se adopten tanto en el transporte aéreo como en el marítimo. El avance de un sector no puede ir en perjuicio de otro. Las medidas coercitivas unilaterales aplicadas al sector del transporte internacional transgreden toda norma jurídica existente y deben ser rechazadas, porque imposibilitan a una nación transportar sus recursos y afectan al comercio internacional. Ambas instancias, la OMI y la ICAO, deben encauzar sus mecanismos de mercado en las reglas que estamos definiendo en el Acuerdo de París y su artículo 6, para que sus acciones complementen aportes a las metas de adaptación. Este órgano subsidiario es para oír los reportes de los organismos y girar recomendaciones. Por eso pensamos que es interesante poder tener la oportunidad de oír los reportes de estos organismos internacionales. Venezuela quiere recomendar que ambas instancias se enfoquen en acciones inmediatas de reducción de emisiones, plazos progresivos de corto y mediano plazo, antes de definir metas de largo plazo en un escenario aún incierto de recuperación por la pandemia. Además de la inconsistencia en el sentido de urgencia que el cambio climático requiere para ser atendido. También Venezuela observa importante la inclusión de la evaluación del rendimiento del combustible complementarios a los ya existentes, en este interés de ir en plazos progresivos de corto y mediano plazo. Por ello se cree muy complejo el planteamiento de incorporar otras fuentes de combustibles como alternativas para el desarrollo y crecimiento de estos sectores en una etapa pospandemia. Venezuela apuesta a que ambos organismos se comprometan a seguir trabajando en la búsqueda de soluciones prácticas y tecnológicas para reducir el impacto del uso de los combustibles en estos sectores, entre las estrategias para la reducción de los gases de efecto invernadero. Con esto le agradezco la oportunidad, señor presidente.
Thank you, Venezuela, for your statement. Before we come to the end of this meeting, let me briefly correct the information I provided on the first meeting of the informal consultations on item 7, the joint annual report of the TEC and the CTCN. This meeting takes place tomorrow at 11:15 a.m., not 10 a.m., like I said earlier. I just wanted to clarify that. Dear colleagues, we have a lunch, all our work for this session. I look forward to receiving significant outcomes at the closing plenary on Saturday, November the 6th. And I assure you of my fullest support and commitment in the coming days. Before I will close this meeting, I would like to remind you that in a very short while, we will open a joint plenary of the COP, CMA, CMP, and SBI in this plenary hall, Cairn Gorm, to listen to statements from groups, parties, and observer organizations. This plenary meeting of the Substa is adjourned. Thank you.
Dear delegate, for your information, the joint plenary statement will be in this room. Thank you.